Okay, thank you. We'll start again. So welcome to this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee on the evening of Thursday, the 4th of August, 2022. This meeting is being webcast in order that members of the public can either watch this live or at some point in the future. Before we go any further, for those who may not be familiar with this room, if you do need access to toilets, they're at this end of the room and marked on the door. In the event of an emergency, which we are not expecting, we will leave through the main exit and gather in front of the Grand Hotel. As we move into this meeting, I'm going to first of all thank all those who are attending, members of this committee and members of City of York Council staff in various capacities. Can I ask those members of the City of York Council staff, if they're as officers contributing at any point, please introduce yourself by name and job title so that everyone's clear about that. There are a number of apologies from Councillor Doughty, who is being substituted. Thank you very much, Councillor Rowley. Apologies from Councillor de Gorn, substituted by Councillor Baker. Apologies from Councillor Barker, substituted by Councillor Fenton. Thank you. Councillor Kilbane, substituted by Councillor Lomas, and Councillor Melly, who is substituted by Councillor Crawshaw. Thank you to those who are substituting. Can I ask, are there any declarations of interest? Members are asked to declare at this point any pecuniary interest, any other registrable interest in respect of business on this agenda, if they haven't already done so in the register of interests. Councillor Rowley.
It probably isn't worth mentioning, but just for transparency, when we look at the items for Oakhaven and the wheelchair centre, I may benefit in a professional capacity, so it's worth just mentioning that, but it doesn't have any effect on my decision.
Thank you for mentioning that. Don't see any other indications. Thank you. Can I ask you to approve the minutes that we have of two previous meetings? That's namely the 7th of July and the 11th of July. Councillor Eyre.
Just for a minor point of clarity, I think, which will make no sense to the public, but it's accurate. On page 11, under the references to Councillor de Gorn, it says that Lars Cram is a member of the Green Group. I think he's a member of the Green Party, not part of the Green Council Group, as he's no longer a councillor.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Page 11, Declarations of Interest, paragraph 2, it says that Lars Cram is a member of the Green Group. He was when he was a councillor. He's no longer part of the Green Group. I think he's probably part of the Green Party.
Okay. We'll amend that appropriately. Yeah.
Sorry, I think it makes sense actually, because what it means is that Councillor de Gorn was declaring that that Lars Cram had previously been a member of the Green Group. So I think it perhaps just needs was previously a member of the Green Group.
Thank you. Otherwise, are we happy with the minutes? Councillor Crawshaw.
Yeah, there's one other, just in the, I wasn't at this meeting, but in the present list, it says that Councillor Daubney was substitute for Councillor Melly. And I'm not sure that can be correct.
We'll make sure that's corrected. Yeah. Otherwise, we're happy. Thank you. We'll sign those later. Public participation. We have one speaker registered to speak at this point on the general remit of this committee, and I invite a speaker to do so. Johnny Hayes. Do come to the microphone, make sure it's switched on, but you've done this before. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Over the last few years, particularly when CAYC has been developing its own projects or working in partnership with other developers, as in the case of York Central, there have been and still are serious public concerns about how major projects are being handled through the planning process. There's a lot of scepticism out there about the state of planning on the part of many York residents. And this scepticism is increased by the Ombudsman recently informing the Council's chief officer of his concerns about how badly CAYC planning has handled many complaints. The LGA, in its advice to local planning authorities, advocates a regular review of planning And I think that York is certainly in need of a thorough and far-reaching review that should cover a range of contentious and presently ill-defined subjects, including substitutions and deferrals, the questionable use of political whips, how minor material amendments are being used, enforcement failing to enforce, FVAs, and legal advice to councillors with limited explanation. But my overriding concern lies in Appendix 1 and 30 of the Constitution, which covers major project conflicts protocol, which examines officers or executive member potential conflicts of interest. I believe that this protocol is often not being followed, and this is very much the elephant in the room with regard to York Central and other developments. I think members should study this, and the monitoring officer or the audit and governance investigation should investigate whether this is being observed. There are growing numbers of residents who believe that York would benefit from having a grassroots people's planning charter to provide them with a clearer information on how planning decisions are made, their rights, and how communities can better defend their interests in the planning process. That brings me to the NRM planning application before you tonight, and particularly the highly contentious walkway agreement. It's clear to me that it is the current flaws in the council's planning process, as I have outlined, which lie behind the current public outrage. I am sure that if the processes are later analysed, they will show up these flaws, and clearly I support the objectors' intention to pursue these through legal process.
That is 3 minutes.
And I finished.
Thank you. Good timing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move on to the plans list, and as members will be aware, for the better management of this meeting and to give ample time for consideration of the National Railway item as 4A, where we have a significant number of speakers, we're going to deal with the other two items first. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to formally record my strong objection to the reordering of today's agenda. As you're aware, I informed you on Monday that I was attending only as substitute for Councillor Melly and only available for this item on the National Railway Museum in order to conclude the business of the last committee where this item was deferred. I'm afraid I don't see good reason for the reordering of the agenda, and the result of that reordering of the agenda is that I will almost certainly be precluded from taking part in the final determination on this hugely significant and important item. I appreciate that we are now where we are, and members of the public have been told not to turn up to this meeting until later on if they wish to speak on this item. But I am deeply, deeply unhappy at the way that this has been handled.
That is noted. Thank you, Councillor Crawshaw. With that, we move to item 4B, the Oakhaven 144 Acomb Road. If you want to refer to the pages of our paperwork, it's 149 to 184. So I'm going to ask that we have an update on this. And,
Thank you, Chair.
okay.
Becky Eads, Head of Planning and Development Services. I'm just going to run through the presentation, then I'll pass you to Alison for the. Oh, sorry, it's Eric. Eric for the. There is no update, right? Okay. I'll run through the present. I'm going to move this so you can hear me. Right, so it's for erection of 64-bedroom residential care home with associated structures, access, car parking and landscaping following the demolition of the existing structures. Excellent, that's not working. Turned it on and off again, that's what we do, isn't it? Bear with us. No, it's fine. Change plan. Right, so this is the existing building that is to be demolished. And this is a proposed site plan here. See the existing police station here? And it's kind of inverted C shape with the access to the rear and the car parking along the front with the amenity space and the trees all to the front of the site. So these are proposed elevations. You can see majority is 3 stories in height with rooms in the roof space. And this is the landscaping plan. As you can see, the retention of trees on the site, green area to the front with the pathways, with the car parking and access to the rear. So this is a visualization as usual. As I say to you, please make your decision based on the scale drawings. These are just here to help you visualize the development. So you can see the frontage here in relation to the existing buildings on the corner where the pointer is, and the police station just here. And then again, the police station showing how the building will sit in relation to the street scene there. And visualization 3, you can see closer up the design of the building. So that's it in terms of the presentation from our side. Okay.
So we have 2 speakers registered. First of those, Councillor Callum Taylor, who's here in person. I understand, Callum, you wish to speak to this item.
Thanks, Chair. Evening, members. I guess I'm sort of speaking in support of this application. It's nice to see something finally being done with this site. But I would like to put on record ward councillors' long held frustration that the council's promise to do a public options appraisal on this site to consider all the potential uses to benefit York's residents was not followed through on. I mean, we went through a call-in and all kinds of fun and games around that, and we didn't win the argument, but it is still frustrating. That said, these plans are pretty good by the looks of it. Do note concerns from residents around the loss of trees and the natural anxiety around parking demand in the area. I know that officers have tried to deal with this in the report, but any additional measures that might be available to members tonight to ease such concerns would be welcome. But outside of that, ultimately, I think this is one of those cases where something is better than nothing. So yeah, I hope we can get some progress on it. Cheers.
Thank you. Pause for a moment in case there are questions from members. No. Thank you very much.
See you later.
Thank you. And then our next registered speaker is Tim Ross, who is here in person, but also has available on Zoom colleagues John Ward from Betton Consulting on sustainability, Jeff Bowman from Brian G. Hall Consulting on transport, and James Carey from Landpro, the landscape architect, are available on Zoom. Tim, 3 minutes.
I've also got the project architect, which is Hannah Soler, who's sitting next to me. So she'll be available for comment questions as well. I'll keep this pretty brief though. Just to 3 key points really. In terms of need, obviously we're in an aging population. There's a huge need in York for care beds. Even after planned projects, there's a current need of over 500 beds. By 2030, that goes up to 1,000. And by 2039, that will be 1,600, over 1,600 for high quality care beds, which is being proposed by this application. In terms of location, this is an ideal place for a care home. It's a highly sustainable location in an urban area that allows residents to stay within the city when needs become greater, allows easy access for visitors and relatives, and it's a really good catchment area for the 64 staff who work at the care home. And lastly, just to say, I think the high quality design needs to be commended, which will really lift the feel and elevate the area and the streets. It's the result of over a year's work in terms of with the council and their design officers, and the approach has been supported by the city architect. And I think from the committee report, you can see that there's no objections from internal or external consultees. So we've worked hard to overcome all the issues in relation to the proposal. So that's it from me. Obviously, we've got a panel of people to answer any questions. Yeah, we've got the landscape architects, we've got the transport consultant, and we've got a sustainability consultant. And obviously, we've got Hannah, the architect, there as well.
Thank you. That was about 1.5 minutes, so that's helpful. Are there any questions from members? I saw Councillor Rowley first, and then Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this. I just note on page 180, which is the landscaping visualization there. There's a provision for 2 disabled parking spaces, and I'm just curious as to whether you feel that's enough. And secondly, what is there in place for electric charging?
So in terms of accessible parking spaces, we did work this through with the council's highways department, and that was considered to be sufficient. In essence, obviously, residents of the care home will not have cars, so it's serving solely visitors, but also staff. There'll only be 20 staff on site at any one time because it'll be 24/7 shift pattern in terms of workers.
Do you want to follow that up?
Sorry, Chair, just for clarification. So you're saying that residents won't have cars? Is that because you think they're going to be too old for cars, or part of the condition of them being residents that they can't have a car?
It's both, in essence.
Tends to be end of life care, and the residents have high dependency.
Yes, can you just pop them,
Sorry.
the button there? Looks like a Wi-Fi signal.
It tends to be end of life care and residents with high dependency, so they won't be residents that would have cars and going out and about in cars.
Thank you. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question about sustainability, because obviously that's a big factor in the plans, and I completely see how the efforts are being made with the building, but that's assuming that you're building on nothing, but you're not. You're going to take down a building and then build a new building. And I know that it's not currently in our suite of local plan policies, but there has been a lot made recently about the environmental impact of demolishing older buildings to build new ones, rather than seeking to refit older buildings to bring them back into use in a more sustainable way. So I wondered if that had been taken into account in terms of sustainability. And if you can tell us what assessment you've made of the impact of that. And the other thing is, I had a query on the diagrams of the proposed site plan. It does kind of look like maybe there are some tables and chairs out the front. Is that correct? Because it looks like you're representing some, and is that intentional? Because that's really important. And I know that many years ago, when previous versions of planning went up on this, a lot of local residents had concerns about those people in the care home losing the ability to be able to use that space out the front, accepting that many of them might not be able to, but some facility for them to actually use some outside space, I think would be really important, and cements them as part of the community, not just a little kind of insular island in the middle of it.
So if we answer the last question first, if that's okay, just regarding the sort of private gardens at the frontage, that is a key part of the design. I'll let Hannah elaborate on this, but it was actually the product of discussions with the council design officers that we bought that garden to the front of the site, and it's a private garden for use by the residents. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Hi, yes, so it's to be used by residents and visitors. So we've purposely designed the building so that to the left-hand side at the front of the building, where you can see those tables and chairs, would be the sort of cafe, visitors cafe area where visitors can come and sit with their family members and sit outside in the gardens and enjoy that external space. And also, where possible, all residents will have who have rooms to the ground floor will also have access out to their own sort of private small gardens. So there'll be risk assessed to have residents that have suitable level of need to those ground floor bedrooms. But that also means they've got nice little terraces to go out on and have little pots of anything they want to grow outside. So it sort of encourages them to get out and use those private spaces. So yes, definitely intentional to show that.
And just in terms of, did we look at the repurposing the existing building? Yes, we did. Unfortunately, because of its age and its quite low capacity and restricted size, it wasn't really suitable in terms of the intensification of a care home use on this site. The rooms are quite small and they wouldn't meet modern standards. And particularly one of the aspirations of this care home is that it can meet complex needs of people. And as those needs change throughout their life, they can be accommodated within the same care home. So it just didn't provide the sort of quality of service and need that was required for this facility.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Chair. It's sort of following on from that really in terms of the type of accommodation. Am I right in thinking it would be for rent rather than for purchase? Yes, okay. Because I was going to ask about the C2 classification and the impact on the requirement for affordable units, but if it's entirely for rent, then that answers that. And you mentioned the size of the rooms and space standards, and the report mentions that the communal and private rooms comply with the nationally prescribed space standards. I just wondered how these rooms compared with sort of comparator accommodation that you may have been involved in or exists elsewhere in the city. Is it of a comparable scale in terms of room size?
Yes, it's in excess of a sort of CQC standards of 15 square meters per resident bedroom. So they are comparable, if not larger, than some of the other schemes that have been offered around the city. So they're really great sized bedrooms with all have ensuite accommodation and then large amounts of resident amenity as well. So it hopefully provide a really good standard of living.
I see no other questions. Thank you very much, and thank you also to those who've been standing by on being ready to answer questions that have not been asked. But thanks for your contributions, which gives us now the opportunity, if we want to take it, to ask any further clarification of the officers before we move into debate. Councillor Fenton.
Just on the key on the right hand side, the light green trees and the dark green trees. Do they differentiate between retained trees and new trees, or retained trees and lost trees?
Existing trees are light green.
Just put the microphone on and introduce yourself.
Eric Matthews, Development Management Officer. Light green trees are the existing planting and the dark green trees are new planting. You'll see new planting along the Acomb Road frontage and also reinforcement new planting along the boundary with the gardens associated with Baildon Close, which are at the top of the plan.
And are the new trees to replace existing trees that will be lost along that?
Yes, in effect,
boundary?
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Then we move in to debate, and I invite members to consider this application. Councillor Fenton.
I think it's a welcome development on a site that has lain empty for some considerable time. It's been helpful to hear from the applicants about the nature of the accommodation, and particularly pleasing to hear about the spaces within the property being compliant and above space standards, which is an issue that we do look at, or we used to when I was on planning. But on the basis of what we've seen and heard, I would be happy to move approval of the officer recommendation.
I'm sure we'll come to that very, very soon. Councillor Looker.
Thank you very much, Chair. I feel with this item and the next one that I'm really having a little jaunt down memory lane. I lived almost opposite Oakhaven for over 15 years when we first came to York, living in just down off Acomb Road. So I must have walked past Oakhaven so many times on a daily basis. And I have visited it on occasion when it was still a functioning care home. And I do accept the applicant's assertion that it really had reached a point which it would have been very difficult to reconstruct. In some ways, a nice big Victorian building is much more susceptible to adaptation than a 1960s building, which is in some ways very reluctant to be stretched and made different. I think it's a wonderful site for older people, elderly people, very elderly people, to be and not feel cut off from their community. There is so much going on around that particular site, and it is so accessible with bus stops almost just out of sight round the corner, and so very easy access for people and for visitors particularly to come and visit them, and for people to sit out. I take Councillor Lomas's point, it's very important. You can sit out and actually feel hugely part of the community that's going past your front door almost. So I think in that sense, it is a very welcome change. I signally regret that it's taken us, 6-7 years to get here. We seem to have sold off, or at least emptied ourselves out of the building without any real feel of when it was going to be changed into something better. But better late than never. And I think this will be a real asset to the local community.
Thank you. I haven't spotted any other members. Councillor Wardby. No, I was just saying that you didn't.
I
actually
was
second
trying
Councillor.
to second it.
Okay. Do we want any further debate on this, or are you happy to move to the vote? Move to the vote. Then let's do that. The proposal is that we approve this this application. Just to be 100% clear, if you'll just remind us of what we're voting, including all the conditions. Don't read them all out. But
I won't. So the officer's recommendation is approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report from page 160 onwards. Thank you, Chair.
thank you. Those in favour? I think that's unanimous. Therefore, that is carried. That is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you. With that, we can move on to the item 4C, York Wheelchair Centre, Bluebeck House. That's pages 185 to 232. And again, if I can ask that you update us.
Okay. So this is the existing building that you can see here. Members saw on the virtual site visit. The rear of the building. And this is the proposed site plan. So you can see the building in here, like an upside down T, basically, with the access in and up here. And the proposed elevations, again, 3-storey building, where it does actually come down to 2 stories towards here and here. That's been part of the proposals. And again, the south, east and south elevations, you can see there's solar panels on the southern elevation. And again, 2-storey element here. floor plans. As you can see, mixture of spaces available within there. And this is quite a useful one. It shows it in relation to the neighbouring properties. And the purple is the existing building that's there, and the grey one to the rear is the new proposal. So you can see the proposal in context. And again, the landscaping plan. The landscaping is very, very important in this site. So you can see all the landscaping to the rear and the additional landscaping that forms part of this proposal. And again, visualization, same as I said with the last application, consider it on the scale drawings, but this is to assist. So you can see, oh, there's literally only one on this one. Okay, I'll just pass to Alison for the update.
Hello, Alison Stockdale, Development Management Officer. Just a really short update. So there's an additional consultation from our housing strategy team who have no objection to the scheme. And so they note that there's continued to have an outstanding demand for care home beds in the authority area. And then a small change to the plans condition. So it's the plans highlighted in bold and new, and basically the change is that I think it's the west elevation will have more PV panels on it than the one you've just seen. I'd missed out the boundary treatment plan. So that was all the changes there.
Thank you. We have a public speaker, applicant in support, Ian Ward. Please make sure the microphone is on, and 3 minutes to say what you want to say to the committee.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak at this committee. My name is Ian Ward and I work for Torsion Care, developer who have submitted this application. Torsion Care are part of a wider group of businesses operated under the Torsion Group brand. Together, we develop, build and operate care homes, retirement living accommodation, residential properties, student accommodation and private residential apartment schemes. Our sister company, Torsion Construction, are currently building 62 apartments on Layerthorpe, York. The site started in March 21 and is due to finish later this year. In building this development, we've helped contribute £9.5 million to the local economy, providing apartment accommodation in the city and supporting local jobs throughout the construction supply chain. As a Leeds-based developer, contractor and operator, our focus is to provide development infrastructure and investment into Yorkshire. When the NHS brought Beck House to the market in 2021, we knew that we wanted to add this to our portfolio and were able to review the site from the many disciplines above, concluding that the best use for the site would be a purpose-built fit for future care home. As a group of companies, we specialise in developing, constructing and operating the vast majority of our schemes. In this instance, the scheme has been so far developed by Torsion Care. The construction phase would be the responsibility of our in-house main contractor, Torsion Projects, and our operating brand, Burley Care, will manage and operate the finished development. You can therefore see that Torsion have a vested interest throughout the entire life cycle of the development. Data that we have obtained for York shows that at present, there are 1,281 care beds across 25 separate care home facilities. Of these 25, only 8 have been built in the last 22 years. A number of those built before the year 2000 are unlikely to have ensuite rooms or be purpose-built. By the year 2023, an additional 595 care beds will be required in York. Our proposal for a 72-bed care home will help reduce this figure. The lack of care beds has a significant knock-on effect. Based upon information published within the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence NHS Costing Statement 2015, it costs the NHS £346 per day to keep someone in hospital with no care bed to transfer to, and £113 per day to provide residential nursing care by a non-local authority organisation. The provision of more care home facilities will therefore result in a saving of around £233 per bed per day if enough facilities were available.
20 seconds.
Based upon the existing shortfalls in York, if the full provision were made, this would lead to cost savings around 44 million per annum for the NHS. Our vision for the future for all our care homes currently in development is to ensure that these are built to achieve an energy performance certificate rating of A. Energy efficiency is key and will ensure this by using green and sustainable solutions such as air or ground source heat pumps providing underfloor heating and hot water, photovoltaic panels on the roof, and upgraded wall, floor, and roof insulation and low energy lighting throughout.
Okay.
In conclusion, I feel that the scheme will have significant benefit to the City of York, and I therefore encourage members to consider the approval of this scheme for all the reasons discussed in this speech. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don't move from there if you will. Just there may be questions from members of the committee. Councillor Fenton.
In terms of parking provision, some of the comments from neighbours and consultees, there were some concerns around overspill parking onto nearby streets. Do you anticipate the residents will ordinarily have cars, or in terms of the client group that you're looking at, are they unlikely to have cars?
They're unlikely to have cars. The parking space is provided for use by visitors and staff.
Any further questions? No. In that case, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any further question now to put to the officers in regard to this application? Councillor Rowley, and then
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Bluebeck.
I mean, it's just a general question, and it's one that came up at the last application. And I don't know if there's an answer, but when someone is given a room in a care home, my question to the previous applicant was, is the requirement of a car or not having a car a condition of being allowed a room or not allowed a room? I mean, is there anything around what? I'm just curious as to, whether a developer can say you can come in if you don't have a car, because I know quite a number of elderly people who would probably be in residential care who actually probably still could drive. I'm not sure what the legal position is, that was all.
From the planning point of view, there's nothing to stop them.
Councillor Bluebeck.
No, it's just a general question. I'm very impressed by the PV panels on the roof. Is that something we asked for or something that was offered? And is it something that we could include in future applications for this type of building? Because I think we would all like to see it. I appreciate it's probably not in the MPPF, but I think from the committee's perspective, the more energy efficiency measures that there are on a development, and if you're getting the option coming from developers, I think it's something that we should encourage.
Yeah, no, it came from them. It's not been specifically asked for, so that's what they've put forward for their scheme. And we could only ask for stuff where it's secured by our local policy, and our local policy doesn't specifically say anything about PV panels.
Any further questions? Thank you. In that case, we can move into debate. I again invite members to express their views on this application. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support it. I just wanted to express an interest that I haven't noted before, as I'm a part-time employee of the York NHS Hospitals Trust, but there's no prejudicial or pecuniary reasons to not take part in the debate.
I wouldn't have thought so. No. Okay. I'm not sure whether that was actually a.
I think it was.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it and propose approval.
Okay, and you've seconded that, Councillor.
I'm happy to second it.
Again, do members wish to have any further debate on this, or move straight to the vote? We'll move straight to the vote. Again, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's subject to it's recommended for approval, subject to the conditions from on page 204 onwards, and the amended conditions in the additional information that Alison went through at the beginning of the item. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are voting on the recommendation to approve. Can I ask members to indicate if they're willing to approve? Again, I think that's unanimous.
Yeah.
I don't need to invite anything more. That is approved. Thank you very much. With that, we can move on to our next item. Item 4A, namely the Railway Museum, Leeman Road. I'll just give a moment for yes. If anybody needs to have the quickest of comfort breaks, please do so. Yes, literally 5 minutes. We're reconvening after a short break, and we pick up on this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee with item 4A on our plans list, namely the Railway Museum, Leeman Road, pages 19 to 148 in the agenda papers. I'm going to ask Becky Eads if she will introduce this for us.
Thank you, Chair. So the application was deferred at the Planning Committee on the 7th of July, as members requested that officers did further work with regard to inequalities impact assessment. This has now been done and it's on page 79 of your agenda. I'm just going to pass over to Heidi, who's going to give a bit of an overview, then we'll come back to me for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Anybody who doesn't know me, Heidi Lehane, solicitor for the council. Just mindful that maybe not all members deal with the public sector equality duty all that often, maybe understanding varies. So just read a short statement to you so you've all got the same information for considering equalities. So section 149 of the Equality Act 2010, which contains the public sector equality duty, provides that the council, in exercising its functions, which for clarity includes functions as a local planning authority, shall have due regard to the need to 1, eliminate discrimination, harassment, victimisation, and any other conduct that is prohibited under the Equality Act. 2, advance equality of opportunity between persons who share a relevant protected characteristic and those persons who do not share it. And 3, foster good relations between persons who share a relevant protected characteristic and persons who do not share it. To be clear, protected characteristics which are set out in section 4 of that act are age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage and civil partnership, pregnancy and maternity, race, religion or belief, sex and sexual orientation. One of the questions I get asked a lot is, what does due regard mean? And it means having consciously thought about those 3 aims of the public sector equality duty that I set out above, as part of the process of the decision making. It does not put a duty to achieve a particular outcome, if that's clear.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll just quickly run through the plans again for members just for a refresh. Sorry. So we have the site location plan and the reserved matters application that you are considering for layout, scale, appearance, landscaping and access. So that is solely within this red line that I'm outlining now. So this is the proposed demolition plan. And this is the proposed site layout, including the walking route that was previously discussed, as you can see there. And this is the plan showing the alternative routes in and around the site as they form part of the outline in the previous reserved matters. This is the proposed hard landscaping as part of the proposals. Soft landscaping, you can see all the details within there. And the extent of the museum square is also in there. And then you go to your floor plan. So there's your ground floor plan where you can see the extent of the extensions and the elevations there. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have quite a number of public speakers who've registered. The first of those, Flick Williams, who's here in person. A number have registered and will be joining us on Zoom, but I think Flick is here. And if you'll just make sure the microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
There's a saying in planning circles that when you buy a property, you don't buy a view. But what you can reasonably expect it to be buying is 24/7 access to your city centre. And if you're a social housing tenant, you don't have the option to relocate as easily as if you own. I intend to focus on the equalities impact assessment, as that is what is new to the application here today. First, it suffers from the same problems as before. This application cannot be considered in isolation from all the other factors discussed at length last time. An equalities impact assessment that pertains only to the NRM Central Hall itself is not what was wanted or needed from previous objections. It shows it to be the hastily completed desktop exercise that it is. It's no good listing issues outside the scope of this impact assessment because real life isn't like that. Equalities impact assessments are there to identify harms and mitigate against them, not to in effect say, sorry you lose, because we are not going to consider those elements. The walkway agreement still discriminates against disabled cyclists. I note the inclusion of class 3 mobility scooters, but what guarantees does anyone have that once built, the NRM decides they don't mix with parties of school children and subsequently bans them? Queuing to get through a building you don't want to be in, potentially having your bag searched to go somewhere entirely different, is not reasonable. There is no consideration of intersectionality whatsoever. I once worked with Muslims disabled by torture for whom being searched would be re-traumatizing. And we call ourselves a sanctuary city, a human rights city. I am not reassured by promises of staff to assist because they are there until they are not. Staffing shortages and predictably cataclysmic economic times ahead may well lead to vastly reduced opening hours in the future. Access predicated on the whims of opening hours with no legal protections of any sort is not access. Nor, as a disabled woman who has been the victim of male stranger violence, do I feel reassured by promises of improvements to the Riverside Pathway. It has many access issues, and I felt unsafe on a dull summer afternoon going down there alone. No amount of improvements will change the fact that it is a very long way round. Distance matters to disabled people in terms of pain, energy expended, and fatigue. When I went a second time with disabled colleagues, it took us 50 minutes to go the long way round, starting from the sorting office to get to St. Peter's Quarter. This will only add to the social isolation of disabled and older residents living in the area. I nearly bought a property off plan in St. Peter's Quarter in December 2000, so this could easily be me facing this situation, but it shouldn't be anybody. I continue to support all the residents for whom the NRM is being such a bad neighbour by just sweeping their access needs under the rug.
Thank you very much. There may be questions, so you'll wait just for a moment. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for coming to speak to us this evening. It is difficult because of the areas that we can and can't discuss within this particular application, and I know that there are some significant concerns being raised around issues which I'm sure we'll be told are not issues that we can take into consideration this evening. So what I want to really just focus on is the traversing through the central drum and how you feel that might impact, because what we're seeing in the equalities impact assessment here is that it could have positive and negative impacts. And I think you've touched on the idea about re-traumatizing people if they're having to be searched. I don't know whether you're in a position to speak to people who have different, perhaps non-physical disabilities, but you know, it's about trying to make sure that people are able to access through that space. And as somebody with lived experience, obviously you'll perhaps be able to articulate better than I would what the impact might be as things stand at the moment.
I have multiple impairments, so I'm visually impaired as well as physically impaired. So that's something I would have a great deal of difficulty with. I can picture, you know, parties of school children, lots of different people moving in different directions. You know, don't know what the lighting conditions are going to be. It's something that I would, you know, not want to do. But equally, I wouldn't want to go the long way round. I just think it's really disappointing that it wasn't possible to find a way to go through the museum in some way that didn't involve mixing with the visitors to the museum itself.
And I just wonder, because you mentioned about the staff that are being offered to help people through, and I know the point that you've made about that staff are only there well ever they can be, and that you know that may change in time. I just wonder also whether there's an impact. It's a funny sort of analogy to make, but my son has celiac, and he really hates having to put his hand up and say, I have celiac, I'm the person who needs the gluten-free meal. And I'm just wondering if it's a similar thing if you're in a position of having to say, I'm the person who needs help through this building, and whether that is also something to take into consideration, because it's listed here as a mitigating factor, but I'm wondering if it's perhaps.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For people that non-verbal, that would be extremely difficult. You know, what level of training are the staff going to have about working with people, you know, with ACC needs, people who are deaf or hard of hearing, people who are visually impaired. There's such a broad, you know, variety of impairments, and even if the staff are well trained, it relies on them being there, and you know, there's no guarantees of that either. So for some people it would be helpful, for some people it would be another barrier to actually getting to where they wanted to go. So it sort of swings and roundabouts.
Councillor Pavlovic, then Councillor Lomas.
Yes, thank you. It's just a quick one. Did you feel that the equality impact assessment that we've had provided for us meets the objective of giving due regard, as you heard from our solicitor, of advancing equality of opportunity between persons who share a relevant protected characteristic and persons who do not share it, and remove or minimise disadvantages suffered by persons? Do you feel that the equality impact addressed those issues? If you did, that's great.
I don't, simply because it's so artificial to take this one element in isolation from everything else. But in terms of, you know, just literally looking at the equality impact assessment we have in front of us, where is the evidence of proper consultation with people with protected characteristics? I haven't seen it in any of the paperwork. And the fact that we didn't have it on the 7th of July and we have it now on the 4th of August suggests to me that there's no meaningful consultation gone on with people with protected characteristics in that time, because it wouldn't be possible.
So that's the question for the officers then. Thank you.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Blake, I know that in addition to having your own lived experience of being disabled, you also have qualifications in access issues. So I want to use this opportunity to ask you to help us to understand the equality impact assessment process. So I have 3 questions, if that's all right. And if you need me to go slow, I will. But one is, at what stage should an equality impact assessment be done? Is it a one and done document? Do you do it and then ignore it? Or is it something that you should be reviewing or revisiting in some way? And can you help us to understand the section that is about mitigating adverse impacts? Because to me, that's the most important bit of an equality impact assessment. The first bit, where you just list the impacts on different groups, is leading up to then what are you going to do about it? But I'd be grateful if you could give us the benefit of your views on this.
Well, there's a lot there. First part of the question, equality impact assessments should be done at the very beginning of the process. They are there to properly identify harms and mitigate against them at the beginning of the process, not as a kind of add-on later. Because if it had been done in a meaningful way, it would have been done in tandem with actually drawing up these plans in the first place and identifying all these problems at that point, and then thinking, well, actually, no, this probably doesn't work. We need to look at, you know, alternative ways of joining, you know, the 2 parts of the museum, and yet not causing these detrimental harms to people with protected characteristics. So my personal opinion is that it's all a bit late. And again, really, in response to the second part, I just have to come back again to the fact that this application is being treated, you know, in so many different stages. You know, it was the walkways agreement and sorry, it's trying to retain all of it. But, you know, in so many different stages, but it just can't be treated separately because it is all, you know.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you've made the point very well.
Bound together. So, you know, that's a problem I have with it.
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming to notwithstanding those complexities between the outline planning and the reserve planning, and actually looking at the issues that we're at today, which is those ones within the red line, what would you do differently about those proposals within the red line as opposed to the ones that have been put forward?
Well, unfortunately, Councillor Eyre, I can't actually see that from here, so I don't know what red lines you're referring to. Yeah, possibly, but
Thank you, Councillor Rowley, if that would be helpful.
I mean,
I think-
in response to that, I would say, you know, that's not my area of expertise, thank you. That's
Sure.
not my area of expertise. You know, I am 10 years retired and my registration is that. There are plenty of people with current expertise, you know, in those areas.
Okay.
But, you know, I feel confident in speaking to the issues I've faced before.
Okay. Did you want to make another comment there?
Well, I just wanted to
Another
make
question?
a point that we as a planning committee refer to red line. We all understand what a red line
Yeah.
boundary is. I don't think it's reasonable to expect members of the public to.
No.
Thank you for that. I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker, Kate Revilius, who I think is here in person, but I also understand that you have a colleague, Helen Kane, available on Zoom. You may field questions to her if questions are asked. But 3 minutes.
Thank you. I've just received a review of the planning application from Helen Kane, a specialist access consultant from Access Included. I've not had time to fully digest her report, but in summary, it casts aspersions on the validity of the Equalities Impact Assessment and highlights serious concerns about the process by which it was produced. As you said, Helen's available on Zoom to answer any questions afterwards. The council committed to appointing a specialist access officer many months ago, but has had trouble recruiting someone. The officers who put together this Equalities Impact Assessment don't have specialist training in access issues, and their lack of understanding is apparent. I'll try to summarise some of the shortcomings that Helen's identified. Firstly, it does not meet the requirements set out under the Equality Act, the Regulatory Reform Order and the Human Rights Act. There's a failure to consult sufficiently with the people affected by this application, and in particular those with protected characteristics. The opening hours of the new museum building are part of the design of the building. Therefore, it's not reasonable for the Equalities Impact Assessment to exclude the impact of museum opening hours. Condition 45 states that the design will include the provision of a pedestrian access through the National Rail Museum extension during opening hours. However, neither the walkway agreement nor condition 45 specify what the hours of opening must be. A comprehensive Equalities Impact Assessment would consider the impact of the proposed opening hours and would explore whether the altered opening hours could be used to mitigate adverse impacts and maximise positive impacts. This is a material consideration and should have been explored. The external considerations of this development are considerable and relevant as they form the access route to the site. There have not been any Equalities Impact Assessments on the previous stages of the application as far as we're aware. The building use cannot take place without a route to access it. If access for all is intended, then external routes need to be considered and the development can't be considered as an island. In the results and outcomes listed in the Equalities Impact Assessment, no equality outcomes have been listed. The intention of Equalities Impact Assessment is to assess impact for people with protected characteristics, not to describe a development without any intended outcomes. Mitigations in the impact assessment are not reasonable as the authors have not followed PSED, EHRC or case law requirements.
30 seconds.
And it doesn't tie together with the walkway agreement. I'm concerned that this application has been brought to planning within such a short time frame and that such a hurried equalities impact assessment has been produced. It was noticeable at the last meeting that some members didn't ask many questions, and that's worrying to me to see so little scrutiny. It feels today that this application is likely to be approved even if the walkway agreement said you were going to lose your right hand as you walked through. I very much hope I'm wrong and that there will be more scrutiny.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing the debate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Kate. I do have a couple of questions, and it's again to help make sense of the equality impact assessment. And perhaps, you know, your colleague might be able to answer some of them. What you mentioned in your brief, Tracy, of the feedback, the consultation with people who have protected characteristics. Can you help us understand what that might look like? Is that just the general public consultation that happens anyway with planning? Would that cover it, or is it something more than that?
So I think Helen is better placed to answer than me, so I'll hand over to her.
Helen, are you with us?
I am with you. Would you like me to be on video or without?
We can't.
We're fine. Just go ahead.
Okay. So the question is, what would consultation with people with protected characteristics look like? If I refer you to the statement of community involvement, I would expect to see provision for engagement with people with protected characteristics, and they are generally recognised as harder to reach than the general population. I noticed that within the planning application, the statement of involvement is in a PDF format, which is not accessible to people who use screen readers. And there is no provision for alternative formats or contact details in that report. There are no details about whether the venues where the consultations were held were accessible or not, and the availability of alternative formats there, or any other contact details. There is no evidence of consultation with recognised protected characteristic groups, such as sensory groups, the RNIB, any organisations with hearing impairments, disability groups, of which there are very many in the area. And I also note that the museum is called the National Museum, and I would expect there to be both local, regional and national consideration of protected characteristic groups. And then going on from the general report, I would also expect to see evidence of consultation with those groups separately, generally, because the people tend to behave and react in different ways. You have different venues. And although there is mention on the NRM website that there was the involvement of disabled people and people with lived experience as part of the development process, I couldn't find any evidence of that taking place or being addressed. And in the access statement within the planning application, I could not find evidence of consultation, either generally or with people with protected characteristics. I hope that gives you an indication of what I would expect to see, but it's not an exhaustive list.
You have a further question, Councillor Lomas?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Helen. That is really helpful, and I'm sure gives us some questions that we'd want to ask to the applicant. Do you think you would have been able to carry out an equality impact assessment on this without referring to the walkway agreement or other elements of the overall planning application? Because I think one of the things that we've been getting stuck with quite a lot is that this entire development is being parceled up and we're being fed a little bit at a time, and it's difficult to consider one without the other. But do you think it's possible to do a legitimate equality impact assessment on this, only this, and not cover the walkway agreement?
Is that question to me or Kate?
To you, if you think you're able to answer.
Okay. Yes, I can, of course. I noticed in the equality impact assessment that the previously made decisions regarding the closure of Leeman Road and the alternative route around have been excluded from consideration, but I found no evidence that those decisions were equality impact assessed. In my opinion, that provides the access route to the museum. Without access to the museum, you can't consider the building. So there is no way that you can separate those decisions, and the equality impact assessments should lead on. I noticed you asked earlier, should it be a one and done or a continuous exercise? It should always be a continuous exercise linked to any other relevant impact assessments and policy changes. For instance, if the access to the town centre changes and has been impact assessed, that is relevant in this context and should be joined with it. But I can see no reference in the EQIA that those relevant strands have been linked to this assessment.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. You've just answered one of my questions, but the second one, and I think it was maybe referenced earlier, is should officers or anybody with a responsibility for preparing an equality impact assessment, should they have suitable training?
Yes, at all times. Although I can see that the highways officers have completed that, I can't see any evidence that there has been training or awareness in equality issues. And I also note that the date of the report is the 22nd of July, which is less than 2 weeks away. And it is in response to a previous hearing in July, which highlighted the absence of an EQIA. And my report, although not available because I haven't had enough time to pass it through, highlights some very serious absences in equality awareness, training and consideration.
Sorry, could I just ask you to expand then, or if you could do that?
Sure. So the equality impact assessment requirements are to identify unintended consequences and consider ways to advance equality. The Equality and Human Rights Commission expects people to take action on any negative impacts based on evidence in a clear and structured way, make it transparent and provide a platform for partnership working with due regard not being an end in itself. And case law has set 4 questions to be considered regarding knowledge, sufficient information, timeliness, and what they call real consideration. And on all those criteria, I find there are serious failings in the equality impact assessment presented. For one example, providing sufficient information, that a source of data using census information is a very valid information source, but there are only mentions of information relating to the Muslim community representation within the central York area and the outer York area, and Black, Caribbean, ethnic minority groups in the same areas. That is a very, very small representation of the data you should consider. And all that data is contained in the census information and many, many other sources. So I'm not entirely sure why that was considered relevant and others weren't. But although you can't expect every EQIA to be very, very comprehensive in every respect, I found serious failings in the breadth of awareness, knowledge and fact-finding, together with the consultation and impacts anticipated reasonably on people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fenton.
Thank you. It's been mentioned about the timing of an equalities impact assessment. I was wondering, from your experience of similar major projects such as this, would you expect the EQIA work to be led by the applicant as part of the design process, or by the local authority as a in its capacity as local planning authority? I just wondered, from your experience, what the norm would be.
Okay, the norm is to consider the EQIA at the very earliest opportunity, because that's the only way you gather sufficient knowledge and make sure the development is accessible to all. It should be done by a local authority, but it is often contracted out to experts such as myself. I've written many EQIAs for local authorities, working comprehensively with them to ensure that all the details are considered. The application, the consultation, everything is packaged up very carefully, and that process continues throughout. So that the development grows as we find out information about how it will impact people with protected characteristics, and that's really beneficial. But I can't see that that's happened in this case.
Thank you. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your input, Helen. It's quite difficult discussing a report that no one's actually seen. So I suppose what's of interest to me is who did you speak to, and what information did you have in coming to this? Did you speak to officers, for example, or is this purely based on the papers that you've seen?
It's based on the papers that I've seen. Normally I would speak to people, investigate thoroughly and do a research investigation and come up and have a look. Obviously, with a day's notice, I don't have the opportunity to come up and inspect, although I'm familiar with York from previous inclusion instructions. There is a wealth of data on this application online, and I have very thoroughly searched through everything. So I can see, for example, the access statement, the design and access statement, the community involvement report, and the comments made in response to the application throughout, because everything is online and public now. In terms of absences in my knowledge bank, I would say that I am curious about the current and proposed access route, because I understand that at the moment the access route is level without steps, apart from a pinch point of a gradient of 1 in 16, and there is a proposal to install steps and a dog-legged ramp at a gradient of 1 in 20, and I can only assume that the access to the front of the building being level has been prioritised at the expense of the rear and the access route, but of course without inspecting and measuring the gradient throughout and looking in detail at the plans and speaking to architects, I couldn't specify that. So I think I've had a very reasonable opportunity to investigate this, but obviously could go further.
Thank
Can
you.
I just quickly come in on that obviously this equalities impact.
Could you make sure the microphone's on, please?
Just on.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously the equalities impact assessment only became public and was published 1 week ago. So it's given nobody's had time to properly scrutinise it. So yeah, this is the best we could do. And obviously I'll be very happy to share the report that Helen has produced with members, if that's useful.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. I have a similar question to the one that Councillor Eyre asked our previous public speaker. Forgive me, I don't want to be flippant, but I'm assuming you can see the red line. So do you believe that it would be possible to have, without a major redesign of the central hall, do you think it would be possible to have a walkway that would allow access through that site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
I do believe it's possible. I've seen a few opportunities. For instance, I can see that there's an access route for museum staff only to the left of the proposed access route leading to the building. I can't see the levels from the detail available, but I can see that there are options of going around the building within a reasonable additional distance at a reasonable gradient. I don't know why those options haven't been detailed in the design and access statement, the access statement, or any of the planning details.
Councillor Eyre?
Can I just add to the answer to that question? You'll probably know that we, members of the public, have put forward possible alternatives that could be explored. We haven't heard back from the Rail Museum whether they're prepared to do that. It's also worth noting that when the NRM put out its brief, it did not specify to the architects that they wanted to have 24/7 access. However, 2 of the 6 designs apparently did have 24/7 access, but they were excluded. So it's interesting too.
It was just to follow up on the wider implications of the Equality Act, whether the consultant thinks 24/7 access through an empty building would be secure and a safe way for many of those other protected groups to pass through.
That would need some further exploration and details of the building to be assessed. I really can't say without looking at that in more detail, although there is a potential to create 2 routes for the building, maybe, perhaps not a direct route through the entrance and out the back, perhaps another route.
Thank you.
Can I just come in that there are examples of other buildings that have done this, such as the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, which has 24/7 access through the museum and no security problems as far as I'm aware.
And I'd add that in my experience of 18 years as an access consultant, I've dealt with many arrangements like that.
Thank you very much. I haven't spotted any other questions, so thank you very much, and we can move on to thank you, Kate. Thank you, Helen, as well.
Thank you.
Jamie Wood, also on Zoom. Jamie, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Excellent. So 3 minutes, if you will, to address the committee.
Thank you. This statement is being read on behalf of York Cycle Campaign. We emphasise once more that the plans, as put forward, will significantly curtail pedestrian access and prohibit access for cyclists and other non-motorists through the redeveloped NRM site, thus removing a key route for active travel and micro-mobility. The negative impact will be greatest on the most vulnerable, including disabled people, the elderly, women and families, and young people. Cyclists and other users will face longer and less safe journeys for the significant proportion of time that the NRM walkway will be closed. The proposed alternatives in this impact assessment are unsatisfactory. It is wholly unacceptable to exclusively focus the equalities impact assessment only during museum opening hours. The impacts will be felt most acutely by those with protected characteristics during times when the museum will be closed. Furthermore, the walkway agreement is integral to this application. Access needs of people with protected characteristics must be considered through the assessment of the impact of the walkway agreement. We note that the plans run counter to the original planning outline, as this didn't seem to state that pedestrian access will be closed at certain times. This is a material change from the original approval, and the lack of evidence for why this would be acceptable is very poor. The design and access statement only provides 3 pages on access, and there's barely talk about this decision. There is also no transport statement or traffic impact assessment. Secondly, it's counter to the National Planning Policy Framework, which states, give priority first pedestrians and cycle movements, both within the scheme and with neighbouring areas, and address the needs of people with disabilities and reduce mobility in relation to all modes of transport. Thirdly, COYC's chance of achieving its target of net zero carbon emissions by 2030. Fourthly, COYC's stated commitments to enhance active travel. Fifthly, the government's vision for cycling and walking, gear change, and its guidance, LTM 120, for cycle provision. For example, the proposals fail Principle 1, the opportunity to cycle in our towns and cities should be universal, and Principle 18, cycle routes must flow, feeling direct and logical. As York prepares to welcome active travel England, it will be deeply embarrassing if York, instead of facilitating active travel, is seen to be actively working against it. If these plans are approved as is, they will deepen the growing national reputation that York is actively hostile to disabled people. Against this backdrop, it is extraordinary that COYC did not employ an independent access consultant to produce the EQIA. Instead, 6 senior officers were involved at short notice. Why has COYC decided to prioritise highways officers'
30
time
seconds.
on a commercial application when active travel projects suffered delays, postponements, and threats of cancellation due to an alleged lack of resource? It is not too late for the NRM and the council to do the right thing by York's residents and to put together a plan that is compatible with the future city they claim to aspire to. Thank you.
Thank you. And please remain with us just long enough to see if there are any questions from members. I don't see any. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker in person, David Finch. David.
Thank you. At the previous planning meeting, I explained the impact of this proposal during its construction phase. In the ensuing debate, it was evident that the needs of the island neighbourhood were being conflated with those of the St Peter's Squatters residents, which I will happily explain the difference if you want to ask me. I was trying to draw your attention to the impact of the 2 years of construction for this application, which sadly wasn't debated. The walkway agreement won't be effective yet during these years, and the diversion will be around the perimeter of the building site through a temporary car park and leading to Leeman Road West, a newly formed cul-de-sac with very little passing traffic for natural surveillance. You may be thinking that this diversion is just a slight extension of the routes, but please consider it from the viewpoint of the vulnerable users from the island neighbourhood, whose primary route in fair weather is the Riverside route. The current Leeman Road route is already the secondary route, since it is less direct, but is nevertheless safer and more dependable. The Leeman Road is already the diversion. Adding an extra diversion for this construction results in a route that is double the distance of the Riverside routes. Being less safe also, the isolating impact on the vulnerable people's lives will be scandalous. That is why I'm drawing your attention to the construction phase. The timing and sequencing has huge equalities impacts on us. Sadly, the equalities impact assessment has completely failed to assess this. Put simply, the Riverside safety improvements must precede the construction of this application. The mitigation must precede the harm. Please don't prioritise a vain project deadline over public safety. We were advised by our council officers at the last meeting that it is unreasonable to attach a condition that the applicant has no control over. I would assert that the Railway Museum do have reasonable influence with York Council over the Riverside route, with both parties being part of the York Central Partnership, which exists to coordinate the wider project. More importantly, though, the government guidance gives a clear example of how such a condition can reasonably be achieved. It says, conditions requiring works on land that is not controlled by the applicant often fail the test of reasonableness. It may be possible to achieve a similar result using a Grampian condition, i.e. prohibiting development until a specified action has been taken, such as the provision of supporting infrastructure. That is exactly what we face here. We need you, our councillors, to act here today to ensure that the Riverside safety upgrades must be complete before the construction starts.
If you could draw to a close.
Public safety of vulnerable users must come first.
Thank you. There may be questions. Councillor Pavel, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. You just said, and I think it is worth just making sure that everybody's clear on. So if I could just ask Becky to bring up the sort of bigger map of the area that kind of shows the whole area. If you could just describe to everybody the difference between the island community and the other communities that are impacted.
Exactly, yeah. So St Peter's Area Quarter community is actually labelled on that map. You can see it's just south of Leeman Road. When I refer to the island neighbourhood, it's the area north of the railway line and south of the river. In fact, it was called the island many years ago because it felt like an island because it was cut off by the railway and the river. People used to, I think before the 70s, they used to get to it by ferry across the Ouse. That's why it got the name of being the island. It is very isolated in terms of its connectivity. The railway and the river cause that. So the question at the last meeting that I think people were conflating the two communities was that I described the Riverside route as the primary route for the island community, and Leeman Road is an important backup route. It's what we use when the Riverside is flooded or late at night if you don't feel safe using that route. You'd use it as a secondary diversion. It's got many flaws, especially for vulnerable users. Wheelchair users, of course, the width of that path is very narrow, with busy cyclists trying to compete for that space, wheelchairs, pushchairs, all clashing with each other. It's very easy to see how some people will avoid that route because of its narrowness. And late at night, it definitely doesn't feel safe. These are all the things that are hopefully going to be addressed by the plans that are yet to come forward for the Riverside safety upgrades. But for those users, if you consider therefore, that is the Riverside route is your primary route, but you use Leeman Road as a backup, as the next best alternative. It's less direct, but it is safer, and it is more dependable in, for example, times of flood. Once Leeman Road becomes a cul-de-sac, you may then choose not to use Leeman Road itself because it doesn't have regular passing traffic going through. So therefore, you're going down a back road to then get to a back alley around the edge of a building site while the construction is happening. So actually, if you were wanting to get from that neighbourhood to the city centre and you only wanted to use roads that were busily, in use, you would effectively then choose to do the green route, JHGDA, would be your only choice for a route that has got natural surveillance from passing traffic, which is actually almost three times the Riverside route in distance. So you can see how this diversions on top of diversions is compounding for these users. Now, during the construction phase is the part that I'm trying to draw people's attention to, where these users potentially, the Riverside route is impassable at times anyway, and people may choose not to use it for their own personal safety as well. If they then are going to use this during the construction phase, and at the same time, if the Riverside improvements are then under construction, we will have both routes closed at the same time. And we're talking 2 years potentially of the Rail Museum being under construction. So at the current rates, I don't know for certain, but it looks very likely to me that we'll be facing 2 diversions at the same time, 2 closures at the same time. And so to those users in that community, they'll have their primary and their secondary routes cut off simultaneously. And then they'll probably be in the realms of having to get taxis or get people to take them for them, or just being completely isolated from the city centre. And it's that isolating impact that really concerns me, that I do not think anybody is particularly paying any attention to at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I just clarify, just because Councillor Pavlovic leant over to me after you described it and said, which bit?
Yeah.
So we're talking about the section that's bounded by Water End at the north, the railway coming round, and then the river going back up again. So it's that sort of triangular section there. That's the island community that we're referring to. Thank you.
And I think the question that came at the last meeting was because I'd said that the Riverside route is the primary route for those users, but they use Leeman Road as a secondary. And then that was challenged from the viewpoint of St Peter's Cross residents, who would never really choose to use the Riverside route because it's circuitous for them. So you have to look at these things from different people's perspectives, obviously.
Thank you.
Councillor?
Yeah, just for further clarity, when you refer to the construction phase, do you mean the entirety of the construction phase or the highways or the NRM sections?
I mean, when I said that, I meant the LRMs, the Railway Museum's construction phase, the time in which Leeman Road will be closed and the diversion route will be in place, but there'll be no walkway agreements. And effectively, this will be around a construction site and temporary car park and the like.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your contribution. Our next public speaker will be joining us on Zoom, Paul Clark. Paul, are you able to speak to the committee?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Then 3 minutes.
I'm a director of St Peter's Quarter Residents Association Limited, and I represent the owners and residents of St Peter's Quarter, a development in York Central, with over 250 homes and with more than 500 residents. At Planning Committee in July, you had enough doubts about the NRM's application to not approve it. We are only here now because of a motion to defer until an equalities impact assessment was carried out. You will see from that assessment and the other speakers that this does not materially change the decision you have already taken. We note that the impact assessment assesses the route through Central Hall, which is only available during opening hours. Alternative routes, which are available all of the time, have not been subject to an assessment. This disadvantages residents of St Peter's Quarter with the legally protected characteristics. The applicant has not considered Policy 132 of the National Planning Policy Framework, a part of which states, discussion between applicants, the local planning authority and the local community about design and style of emerging scheme is important for clarifying expectation and reconciling local and commercial interests. Applicants should work closely with those affected by their proposals to evolve designs to take into account the views of the community. This applicant has not worked closely with residents, and their plans remain essentially unchanged from their initial plan published several years ago. The Walkways Agreement, which governs access through the new Central Hall, was agreed behind closed doors with no consultation or input from local residents. We are told that the Walkway Agreement cannot be discussed or changed, even though it is a crucial pillar of the application. At no time has there been any democratic oversight of the Walkways Agreement. The applicant has ignored the views of local residents at every turn, putting their own commercial interests first. They have not fulfilled requirement of Policy 132. The applicant does not address Sustainable Transport Section 9 of the NPPF. It moves bus stops further away, removes direct pedestrian and cycle access to the city centre, and it fails to minimise the lengths of journeys, as all new 24-hour routes are at least half a kilometre longer. Policy 112A states that the first priority should be given to pedestrians and cyclists. It has not. The first priority has been given to the commercial interest of the museum, and this was noted by the planning inspector. Thus, this application contravenes Policy 112A as well as Policy 132. Additionally, Policy 112B states the applicant should address the needs of people with disabilities and reduced mobilities. The plans discriminate against these users, as we have heard. Given that nothing has materially changed since the last planning committee, we urge you to put residents first and reject this application.
Thank you very much. Again, if you'll wait for a moment, I'll give opportunity to members to ask any questions they might have. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just interested, you've raised a couple of paragraphs of the MPPF there, and specifically around consultation and the need for design to reflect consultation. So could you just explain to us what engagement you've had from the Railway Museum, and if you feel that anything within the design has changed or been adapted based on any of the feedback that you're aware of from the residents in your area?
Well, the answer to that is that nothing has changed. We have tried to engage with the National Railway Museum on a number of occasions, and they have ignored us both for setting up meetings and for writing to them. The general sort of like workshops that they've had were more of an information telling us what is happening rather than trying to seek input from residents and to include that input in any planning decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There aren't any further questions, so thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'm right in person, Anne Norton. Thank you, Anne. When you're ready.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of York Disability Rights Forum. Following the deferral of this application, it has very swiftly returned to the Planning Committee. However, many of our previous accessibility concerns have not been addressed. An equalities impact assessment has now been submitted, but is far too limited. It only addresses the central hall building, yet trying to consider this unit in isolation is impossible when its construction has such large ramifications, namely the stopping up of an existing public highway and the forced imposition of alternative routes. Yet the document does just this by listing these issues and simultaneously keeping its scope so narrow as to be unable to address them. In 4.1, the Equality Impact Assessment admits that disabled and older people may be subject to delays caused by queuing and bag searches. And I quote from page 20, "Some people may also be discouraged from using the route due to journey time uncertainty associated with possible queues and security measures. And the route through Central Hall may also be difficult to navigate, especially at busy times, for people who suffer from mental health conditions, neurodevelopmental disorders, or learning disabilities. The NRM has indicated that suitable signage would be provided and staff would be available to direct users through the building. Making access for certain groups of disabled people dependent on NRM staff availability makes it only conditionally accessible. What if the member of staff is called away or is already assisting another disabled person? Or a person's impairment means that human interaction is distressing or causes undue fatigue, so that by adding this condition to the journey, it becomes impossible and they are forced to stay at home. And the justification for this inconvenience is, and I quote from pages 17, 20, 23, 25, 26 to 7, 28 to 9, and 30, without the route through the museum, pedestrians would have to use the longer route around the museum along Hudson Boulevard and Foundry Way at all times. Disabled residents will be obliged to go through a primary route that may cause distress in a number of ways and that will add a delay to their journey time. Outside museum opening hours, people will have no option but to use these alternative routes, for which no equality impact assessment has been provided. Lastly, this document shows a profound misunderstanding of the Council's human rights responsibilities. Despite listing the negative impact for age and disability in 4.1, page 31 states no human rights impacts identified. We believe at least 3 of the principles set out under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities apply here, namely non-discrimination, accessibility, and participation and inclusion. And in relation to the UK Human Rights Act, we suggest both Articles 8 and 14 apply. Any decision that may breach human rights of disabled people requires thorough consideration and justification, and that has clearly not been demonstrated. At its core, the problem lies in pitting the navigation through a museum against the rights of residents of York to maintain their current standard of
If you could draw to a close,
to and
please.
from their city centre. Both in the context of this document and the wider development plans and conditions, we believe this proposal
Thank you.
discriminates against disabled people and breaches their human rights.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Crawshaw.
I think I need to just declare an interest, actually. I didn't realise anybody was speaking on behalf of York Disability Rights Forum this evening, and my mum is a member of the steering group of the York Disability Rights Forum. So I haven't got any pecuniary interest, but I just think it's important to just be open and have that on record.
Thank you.
I do have a question
Please.
as well, if I may. I just wanted to, I wondered if you could just explain to the committee, because the Disability Rights Forum is obviously an umbrella organisation of a number of different organisations which represent a variety of different groups, and you've given us some aspects of the ways in which it may impact on different user groups. But I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on. We've talked about things like the length of the diversion, and I think that's sort of immediately obvious for people with a mobility issue, but I presume it would also impact for sight loss or perhaps other not necessarily visible disabilities. And I just wondered if you could perhaps elaborate on that aspect of it.
Do my best. I mean, certainly one of the things that's very relevant for this is any disability that has a fatigue element. So something that disabled people generally find is that before doing any activity, you have to make more plans than an able-bodied person, because you have to go, how am I going to get there? How long is it going to take? What barriers do I have to overcome? Are there going to be steps? Do I need to find alternative routes? And so if you're, instead of saying, I can go from A to B down this road I'm familiar with because I've used it for X years of my life and I know my route, you're suddenly saying, I've got to go through a building where I'm going to have to interact with an unknown number of people because I don't know how many people will be visiting the museum. So there'll be crowds. There could also be an issue in terms of sound because the noise in the building could potentially affect you as sensory processing, things like that. Lighting, as you can see, I've got polarized glasses on because lights can cause sensory overload and fatigue through that. So you can get a sort of compound of factors where you think, instead of just being able to move from A to B, in order to do that, you've got to sort of assess how much energy you've got in the bank and whether you've got enough to spend to go through this. And maybe that the member of staff isn't there. What do? Do you wait? Can you find your own way, or are you obliged to, you know, just wait? And they may be dealing with someone else. They may be gone for whatever reason. So yeah, it's, sorry, I'm losing my thread. But yeah, there's always extra factors, there's always more planning. And for a lot of people, and depending on the specific nature of their disability, but in very different ways, just having an extra step, or what would seem to an able-bodied person as something very small, can actually be a huge hurdle and could be the difference between someone leaving their house and just saying, oh God, there's no way I could do this, I'm just staying at home. Like for me coming into this meeting, I had to make a judgment about my energy levels. How would I get here? You know, what interactions would I have to make? The fact that I've been waiting to speak, it occurred to me I ought to have made a point in the disability thing to speak earlier because of fatigue. So, you know, you can't always cover for everything, but the fewer things that are put in your way in the first place, obviously the easier a disabled person's life becomes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bluebeck.
Yeah, I think you've mainly largely answered, because I was asking specifically about people with neurodiversity and learning disabilities and the impacts of queues and strangers and trying to access through the hall, even with a guide, and whether you felt that the impact assessment, the equality impact assessment, had covered those areas, because it was an area that I felt hadn't really been explored.
It doesn't feel satisfactory, and the assurance is there'll be a member of staff and that there will be training, but it doesn't, it's so very difficult to, you know, that just one member of staff, a whole team of staff. And again, there's also this issue of, if you're the disabled person and your disability means that interacting with people you don't know is a problem. So are you then obliged to find a carer, if you, assuming you have access to one, or hope that it's somebody you already know who's on duty?
Thank you.
Things like that.
Thank you. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. It was a similar question to the earlier speaker. I'll try and word it a bit better.
Yeah.
Given that the diversion, the stopping up has already been agreed,
yes,
and the principle of this diversion route is there, what would you like to see different to the design that's up on the screen to make it more accessible? Would that be the complete absence of a building or a dedicated through route 24/7?
I mean, the absence of a building would be ideal. I mean, particularly one of the things I note in the document somewhere towards the beginning, I think I've got the page saved, but it basically says the point of it from the museum's point of view is to allow ease of access through the museum so that they don't have to use the subway that already exists. And I feel that there's rather an imbalance here between ease of people moving around what is a public attraction versus ease of people being able to move through their city. So, I mean, I would very much hope for well, at the very least, there ought to be a 24-hour through route and possibly a redesign or a rethink, because the museum already has a way for people to access point A to point B. And then one of the previous documents for the previous meeting, I think, said people have trouble finding this. To which my response would be, well, perhaps you need better signage. And this is, after all, a museum of the railways. Railways, including York Station, also contain a lot of underpasses. So perhaps this would be an opportunity to develop what is essentially a corridor into perhaps part of an exhibit, the history of underpasses or railway signage, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think also in person, Roger Pierce.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. I speak on behalf of Walk York, which represents people who make their own way either on foot or on wheelchairs to places of workshops or go out for recreational relaxation. I'm also, for those of you who don't know me, an architect and town planner with 30 years experience, including museum design. First, I'd like to wear my architect hat. I'm pretty confident that it is possible to provide an entirely separate way for residents of St. Peter's Quarter and elsewhere around this building. And I say that because it has the advantage of a considerable difference of level as you go along Leeman Road, which is equivalent to a storey height. So I think it's possible, well, I'm sure it is, to actually wrap around, whether you call it a tube or a walkway, at first floor level, and then ending in the museum or exhibition square, whatever it's going to be called, in a spiral or a flight of steps. It's really easy. Where there's a will, there's a way. So I think it's not only possible, I think it's highly probable, and I can show you a route if you want to later. The second one really is that what hasn't been pointed out by the officers, I think, as well as it might, is the actually alternative route, which residents of St. Peter's and elsewhere are going to have to use most of the time, particularly going to work and after work. For much of the day, much of the year, it's actually going to be in darkness or twilight. I think that most of those people will find that an extremely anxious route. I'm nearly 80, I certainly would, and I'm reasonably fit. When I became infirm, I'd be really worried about it. And I think I'd ask you whether you'd be happy if you lived in St. Peter's Quarter for a daughter or partner or grandmother to visit you at night via that route, or you would say catch a taxi. The third issue is the safety overview. The point was made at a previous meeting that actually Leeman Road is not very safe at the moment because there are no houses overlooking it. Councillor Ayres, very good point. And the councillor responding said yes, but there is another point. Whilst there are no people overlooking it, there are a considerable amount of people in buses and cars and lorries who are overlooking it, many of whom have, I'm going to say that, have cameras, particularly the buses. And the police advice is always to stick to routes which are observed by people in vehicles. The last point is, I think you're being conned. You're being told in this report that lots of the details you approved at the outline stage. The outline stage built a trolley bus, sorry, a supermarket trolley. You didn't approve all the details in that. And I don't think the officers should be saying, in fairness, you actually did. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I may have misheard you, but I think you suggested that you perhaps had an alternative route that you thought could be possible. I don't know what is and isn't possible. Do you mean you could describe it to us on the map?
Well, I can actually show you, I think, on the board if I can reach it.
Well,
okay, I get that. You're going to come up for a chance. See at this point here, where you spring into the simple series of two caves, that is where a considerable difference in level. I think it's possible to continue at the existing level and go over the top junction there, wrap round or go straight across, and then go into a spiral, or in fact a non-wrap. which I actually think will improve the architecture of what is a pretty droll building.
So for the benefit of the people who are watching at home, because they won't be able to see the.
Can I also
screen,
say,
is it worth
they
just
wouldn't
a
have heard
very
the
quick-
microphone either, so.
Yeah, so I think the room mic
Good, thank you.
was on, but just to describe that then, so what you're suggesting is coming
Yeah.
in, well, I'm going to try and give you a very brief summary of what you've just said, if that's okay.
Well, I'll do it.
Councillor Crawshaw, please go ahead.
Okay.
So essentially what you're suggesting is that because of the change of level coming in towards the city centre, coming down what is currently Leeman Road, you would be able to stay at the same height, which would bring you to approximately the first floor of the drum central hall. You potentially could wrap around without impacting on the floor level, the flat access through the museum. That would then bring you out at the first floor level into Museum Square, and then some form of a spiral down into Museum Square would bring you back down to ground level. And that would be a flat left. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Councillor Callum Taylor.
Evening, again. Going to start whenever, Chair?
Please do.
Yeah, thank you. I trust members will have the residents of Leeman Road at the forefront of their minds tonight, and will dismiss any suggestions that the existence of an equalities impact assessment means job done, because this document shows in plain sight some of the problems that this application has, and you've heard a lot of them already. But one of those is how it confirms the long-held worry that residents passing through the NRM's new building will have to queue with their tourists. This is something which, surprisingly, the sham walkway agreement doesn't address. So how this is binding, we've got no idea. Like with a lot of things that document is meant to deal with, who the hell knows? I can't believe you're being told by officers that you can judge this application without seeing that at the same time. It amounts to guessing about this development and guessing about its impact. Anyway, residents queuing with tourists is a messy outcome, but this also clashes with the basis of highway support at the outline stage 3 years ago, which said, the closure, road closure, is acceptable on the clear proviso that during the hours of opening of the NRM, passage for the public on foot will be freely and directly available in perpetuity. Now, for a laugh, let's imagine that this committee was full with members of the National Railway Museum political party and that they still somehow weren't predetermined. Even they surely wouldn't suggest that residents queuing amounts to access that is freely and directly available in perpetuity. Providing freely and directly available access for residents is only doable if some sort of uncompromised thoroughfare is provided for them. This is a problem, but if the NRM want to build this thing over a critical access route, it's one that they need to solve. And it's also an opportunity. If the museum are forced to amend this part of their plan to provide freely and directly available access, they will also at the same time get closer to dealing with how their plans remove from around 4,000 people the only route to their city centre that's direct and always available. This is because they'd be creating the means with a freely and directly available route to not have to remove that access. It's worth saying too that condition 45 doesn't stop this from happening either. Condition 45 asks for access to be provided during the NRM's opening hours, but there's no language in that to limit anybody to those opening hours. So if they're going to provide access that is freely and directly available, which they should, and given that there's nothing to limit us to those opening hours, it would be a bit odd, even spiteful, to close this route on the whims of the NRM's also undefined opening hours. If there's any sense of natural justice here, whether through deferral or even refusal, the NRM must be forced to resolve a high number of objections on access and at the same time not ignore what Highway stated at the outline stage, which that committee then gave approval on the basis of, that is, freely and directly available access in perpetuity. Thanks for your time. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlik.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. You spoke on the last occasion, but you spoke on the last occasion before we had the opportunity then to question officers. And just in respect to the walkway agreement, why did you not negotiate all of this or contribute in the walkway agreement being written? Because we've been told that it can be amended. I believe that you've said in the past that you were told that it couldn't be amended.
We have been told that it couldn't be amended. So when it was first revealed at the public inquiry last year, you know, at that point, we'd never seen this document as ward councillors, nor residents have been invited to even shape it or even challenge some of its early drafts. It was revealed at the public inquiry and we were told that it was for information only and that it wasn't up for changing. Since that time, we have learned that these things can be amended, provided both parties are up for it. So I guess it comes down to those two parties to realise that what they've got in front of them is a mess and it's so one-sided. As the planning inspector confirmed in his own judgment, it would be a crime if that is left unamended without addressing the concerns that have been raised.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I've received, as I know you have, and many of on the committee here have received copies of emails that have been sent and by residents of the ward. And I want to ask you a question as the ward councillor, and it's a question for your ward colleague as well, but I'll ask you to answer it. In terms of consultation with residents and with you as the perceived conduit for that kind of dialogue, how much consultation has there been with you in terms of you and your colleagues as a ward committee and being able to have these discussions with the National Railway Museum?
Well, there's never been anything formally to us as a ward committee. Now, there have been processes, so every planning application related to York Central has a consultation process that the council run. But prior to those, I think I would describe them as sort of engagement or information sessions that the museum have held from time to time, largely fait accompli, telling residents that, you know, they could talk about the colour of the paint that the walls might have, but the access issues weren't really up for grabs. But I want to add too that as ward councillors, we have tried to be proactive with this. So even back in 2018, we ran what was called a Talking York Central campaign. And that was a series of door knocking over 2 or 3 months that fed in to the My York Central consultation, which proved to be a sham for the most part. But in that consultation that we ran to feed in, a lot of people were obviously saying we're really concerned about the Railway Museum's plans. Further to that then led us to set up this petition because it became clear that the Railway Museum nor the York Central Partnership were listening to this major issue. I mean, most people want York Central developed. Most people want the museum to do well, but this issue still was not resolved and it still isn't now. That petition back in 2018, 2019 focused purely on cycle and pedestrian access 24/7. It sort of accepted the fact that if you're in a car for a few more minutes, it's not the end of the world. But if you're on foot or a bike, it is. It changes your day, it changes your week, it changes your life. That got over 1,600 signatures. No change. The core issues still remain. These plans remove the only route that is direct and always available for residents. Long way of answering. Sorry, Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. We have a number of councillors who've got questions. Councillor Baker, then Lomas, then Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the point about the confusion over whether the walkway agreement can or cannot be amended. We heard at the last committee on 7th of July that it was possibly a responsibility or lay with the Highways Department to encourage that, or, you know, to at least look into more ways to amend it.
Yeah.
What do you know of anything that the executive member for transport has done since then to try and move further with the highways amendments on that, and any knowledge of him making representations to you about this?
Okay. Now, as ward councillors, we had a briefing with the highways officer, Tony Clark. And in that briefing, he said that, you know, obviously they've got a job to do, but these they could push for an amendment should they receive steer from the executive member. We then obviously jumped onto Councillor de Gorn to say, hang on a minute, we can make this better if you start speaking up and demanding it. I'm not wholly convinced Councillor de Gorn has been pushy enough with that. I'm not sure if he's had stumbling blocks with other members of the executive.
Can we stick to what's relevant to the application, please?
Well, I'm answering the question, Chair.
The question was, could you just tell us what representations he's made to you, I believe, recently, but ahead of this planning committee?
Well, I think he met with Judith McNichol.
There was an email just
before.
earlier today to all the members of the planning committee. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, he's met with them, but I mean, representations to me is Andy de Gorn, as the lead member for transport, has made sympathetic noises to the concerns that we have around 24/7 access. Whether that has manifested itself into hard policy announcements or aggressive work behind the scenes, I'm not sure, because I'm not privy to those discussions. I'd love to be, maybe next year.
Councillor, I think you have a supplementary stuff.
Yeah, my question was actually on that same sort of point. So,
okay,
if that's okay, Councillor Evans. Yeah, it was that simple question. Given the walkways agreement, as you've been told, can be amended through negotiation between the council and the LRM. What do you think the planning committee's role is alongside that? All right, I think at some point, really in parallel with this, the planning committee need to see that walkway agreement and give it democratic public scrutiny. Otherwise, if it's kept behind the scenes, where does that avenue take place? Now, I think the executive member has delegated this to the corporate director of place to make a decision on, but they're not necessarily, when there's an issue whether that's actually allowed or not, but that's a separate matter. But given we have the clear advice that the walkways agreement is not a material planning matter for us to discuss, that's outside of this. What is your suggestion, that the planning committee should defer it until that walkway agreement is changed? Well, on that, councillor, I would respectfully disagree with the advice that's been given, because I don't see how it can be argued that the walkway agreement is not sort of material or a planning matter. It deals with how part of this building is going to work and affect the people who pass through it and use it and visit. They are inherently linked. And really, in an ideal world, you should be deferring it for other reasons as well. But one reason to defer this would be to say, we want to have another look at this with the walkway agreement on the table next to it. Because if you change something with these plans, that will mean the walkway agreement has to change. Then if the walkway agreement changes, does that mean that these plans have to change? I'm trying to think of a nice analogy. They're meshed together in reality. So really, planning committee should be wanting to see that next to these plans at the same time.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. And thank you for speaking to us last time as well. And obviously, I wanted to say thank you to all of the public speakers who've made the second trip. But one of the things that struck me, having been on the committee at the last meeting as well, is that an awful lot of residents and people speaking on behalf of residents groups, be they local groups or be they specific groups representing groups. Sorry. Apologies. So we've heard from a lot of different groups at the last meeting expressing significant concerns. Many of those have come back or sent other colleagues this evening to express similar concerns. You yourself, as ward councillor, have come back to this meeting to express similar concerns to the ones you had at the last meeting.
Where's the question?
Thank you. Getting onto it. Have the NRM or the applicants or anybody on behalf of the applicants been in contact with you, or to your knowledge any of those other groups in the intervening period? And were you contacted by anybody in relation to the equality impact assessment?
Thank you, Councillor Lomas. So we did finally have a meeting with the museum's representatives. This was on Tuesday morning. This was in response to Councillor Claire Douglas requesting it. She was obviously in the media a few weeks ago saying that the way this was going wasn't ideal. And in that meeting, you know, clearly areas of disagreement, but we did get into why the museum couldn't change what is currently on the table. And they'll probably have a different interpretation to how this is phrased, but the first reason that one of them tried to give in the room, which was absolutely laughable and is in here today, is that some of our residents didn't want 24/7 access and that they were actually quite all right with this. Now, I think a petition of over 1,600 residents absolutely smashes that point of view to pieces. The other argument they made is that they think they've got all they need already to get this through planning. So, you know, why would they change this at the death? That's a judgment that they need to make. And the third point, hope you're all right, Michael, over there. It's all right. The third point was around how previously a designing out crime officer has made representations that said that they would have concerns about a 24/7 route. Now, obviously the museum have to put weight on those representations, judgments, but I would argue that there's a multiplicity of designs that could satisfy concerns around designing out crime, that could satisfy the wish to have 24/7 access, that could still sit within the limits or the asks of the outline permission. And to try and push that point even further, I actually offered ward funding on the table to try and create the time and the money to, you know, do another design of this. I mean, I've never commissioned a designer in my life, but as a ward, we were willing to put £10,000 towards this because it means so much to thousands of people. The museum's response was that they would struggle to go back to the trustees at this stage in the game to ask for money to go towards such an amount to try and do this work. I can understand that, but ultimately, this is their problem. They're the ones who want to build their thing over this critical access route. So they should feel that pressure. And if they're not going to willingly ask to do that work, then this is where planning committee come in.
I think you've made the point. Councillor Lamas?
Sorry, Chair.
Councillor Taylor, I also asked, has anybody been in touch with you with regards to the equality impact assessment?
Yeah, they have. I mean, residents are concerned.
Sorry, no, I meant officers who are
officers.
completing it.
No.
Okay. I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Have a good night, everyone.
Which brings us to Councillor David Heaton, who's joining us by Zoom. Are you able to address the committee?
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you fine. Please go ahead.
Great. So firstly, I'd like to thank members for bringing us to this point with the request to take the impact and equalities of this development seriously by asking for a proper equalities impact assessment. However, as a former teacher, I can recognise a rush job with a piece of work, and this still has plenty of holes that leave many questions yet to answer. Many of these could be addressed if we had a walkway agreement as part of this discussion, but as has been noted previously by officers, we are not supposed to discuss it. You're being asked to sign up to a guessing game on this about how part of this development will actually work in practice. Frankly, I don't envy you. The first matter of concern relates to how those with additional needs will be informed of their rights. Now, the record of the museum throughout this matter has not been positive in terms of transparency over access, and this is a key area where it fails. Secondly, there's no mention of how disabled people will be notified of closures. This is a big enough concern for people for whom the walk is a minor obstacle, but for those for whom it presents a greater challenge, this document does not address how the situation in which they are left stranded outside a museum that is closed for events or other reasons can be addressed. Another question that's raised by this document is over alternative routes. While the issue of outside museum hours, which is not clearly defined in these agreements, is problematic enough, the key question is when there are closures during normal hours. Under these circumstances, the assessment is silent and lacking. Now, while there have been consideration for staff who will be available to assist people at the museum and assist with queuing when the route is open, that's not guaranteed anywhere and must be included in any walkway agreement, which officers are not letting you see, despite it being critical to this development's operation. Similarly, there's nothing to reassure those who need guide dogs if this is approved. Turning briefly to the walkway agreement, which hangs like a spectre over proceedings, there is no mention of it in this assessment, despite it being critical. It is also not listed as a key reference document. Either the agreement is final, in which case it should be able to be examined as a key document, or it has no status yet due to the lack of planning consent and is not final. Turning back to the assessment then, it must consider issues that are to do with management as well as design. There is a limited nod to this in relation to the handling of queues, but we do not know at this point how the operations will work because of the opacity involved with the walkway agreement. In summary then, while the final assessment implies a cancelling out of harm through gains, there is significant harm caused by this and also significant elements of doubt that could lead to greater harm in the future. The change being proposed is by the museum, and the burden of proof therefore lies upon them with regard to demonstrating that equality's concerns are properly addressed. To this point, they've failed in this matter. With the assessment before you being full of holes, I would urge you to defer your decision on this until proper consideration is given to the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do remain on the line, if you will, as we just give opportunity for questions. I don't see any questions at this point. Thank you very much. Oh, just a moment. Bear with me. Councillor Pavlovic. I think that wasn't a question, but Councillor Pavlovic, go ahead.
No, it's not a question for Councillor Heaton.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, we're probably going to have quite a lot of questions of the applicant. And I'm just wondering, given that we've done an hour and a half now, could we have a break?
I think that most members would welcome that. Can we keep it as brief as possible? Is 5 minutes enough? 10 minutes? Yeah. Okay, so we can reconvene at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, members. We're reconvening this meeting of the City of York Planning Committee. We're on item 4A, the National Railway Museum. We've heard from a number of public speakers. We've just taken a short break and we're going to listen now to the contributions of other public speakers. Before we do so, I've given consent to Councillor Crawshaw to just say a few words.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I noted at the start of the meeting, for personal reasons, I have to leave this meeting now. To be honest, I feel sick about it because I think this is such a important decision that will not just be this particular development, but it does do something, say something to how the whole of the York Central development will go out, which is why I felt it was so important to be here. And the voting on it was so tight last time that I do think that every vote counts. And so I feel awful that I won't be able to take part in the vote today. I would like to request that all members do think very, very carefully about not just the impact of this building, but what it says about the city that we live in and the way that this development will build out. York Central has to be done with the people of York, not to the people of York. And I think that that's vitally important. I'm really, really concerned at the moment about the number of voices and the arguments that are being made about the really, really significant impact that will happen on the local community as a result of their near neighbours. And I said at the last meeting of this committee that I don't think there's anybody around the table or anybody in the community who doesn't want the Railway Museum to do really well and to flourish. But I'm really worried about the reputational damage that they are doing to themselves with this application and us as a planning authority if we can't be seen to act in the best interests of our local residents, who after all, we are all here elected to represent. It's been raised, the suggestion around the MPPF policy paragraph 132 and the need for consultation and design. I'm concerned that I haven't seen sufficient evidence of the way in which consultation has shaped this design. One of the public speakers said that they've been told what's going to happen, but they haven't had their views taken on board. That's not consultation in the way that it's intended through the MPPF and the way that it should operate. I'm also really concerned that actually what's happened is we've set off down a path and the Railway Museum is solving a problem that doesn't necessarily exist, or it's solving the wrong problem, because they have step-free access between both sides of their site. I accept and acknowledge that they repeatedly have told us that people don't always know that the other side of the building is there and people miss it. That's a failure of signage. And actually the biggest mitigation that's in our equality impact assessment for disabled people and people with any sort of sight loss or anything like that in terms of getting through the building is signage. So if we can't sign the visitors across from one side to the other, how can we be confident that we can sign the people who need to get through this building from one side to the other? And I think the final bit I would just say is that, you know, this development, I feel like as a committee member, not so much this evening, but certainly last time around, it felt a bit like we were having a gun held to our heads on this. I felt like that when I was on the outline application at the start of this whole process back in 2018. And that can't be the right way to go about these sorts of decisions. I think that as a committee, we have to be brave and robust in our thinking, but we have to get these decisions right. And those decisions have to be right for the city, the people who live here, not just the organizations or you know, cultural assets or whoever it might be. They're very important, but they're not the overall sort of bottom line in terms of our decision making. The one other thing, if I may, Chair, and apologies, I know I've perhaps gone on a little bit longer than you expected. I would like to propose that if members at the table do end up in a position of feeling that they wish to approve this, the suggestion was made that a Grampian condition should be inserted around the Riverside Walkway upgrade. I think that is a very, very sensible suggestion as a very minimum in terms of mitigations that could be put in here. So I would like to propose that as a condition now, and obviously if somebody when you get to that point wishes to second that, then please do. You may also wish to consider whether or not there's appropriate conditions around actually conditioning members of staff to be available to direct people through the walkway through that site if again people are there. My view personally is that this design isn't right, and I think that there is plenty of grounds to refuse this and ask the Rowan Museum to go back and take on board the criticisms that they've had, because I don't believe that they've engaged sufficiently at this stage, and I think that they can and should do better than what is before us here today. But obviously that's not a vote that I will be able to take part in now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contributions, Councillor Crawshaw. So as we continue with public speakers, our next speaker is Judith McNichol, who, along with Emily Yates, accessibility consultant. My understanding is that Judith, you're going to speak to us just for a minute, and then you've both registered to speak, but we'll then have the opportunity for questions once you've both spoken. And I know that there are a number of other colleagues who are in the room available to answer questions. It may be helpful just to introduce those. Janet O'Neill of O'Neill Associates Planning, David Young of SCP Transport, consultant in person, Tom Devine, Carter Jonas, surveyor in person, Luann Anderson, NRM project director in person. And in addition, joining us remotely, I understand, Ingrid Pettit, project architect from Field and Fowles, Alistair Hay, landscape architect from Open Environments, and Timur Tatlioglu, heritage consultant from Montague Evans. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to come back to Planning Committee with our designs for Central Hall. As members will be aware, a number of the city's key economic and tourist organisations attended the last committee meeting to speak in support of our Reserve Matters application, including Make It York, the LEP, the Chamber of Commerce, Homes England as one of the main development partners of York Central. We also had our design team on hand to respond to questions on design, heritage, transport, accessibility and public consultation, as well as operational issues for the museum. The focus of today's meeting is on the reason for the deferral, for an equalities impact assessment to be carried out by officers in respect of the walking route within the application. And we've already heard from ward councillors and local residents and others on this topic. I think it's important to note that this is an officer assessment, although we're happy to provide clarity on any of the measures identified in section 5.1 and 6.1. As director of the museum, what I would say is that we take issues surrounding access and equality very seriously. They're at the heart of our open for all value and our approach to design, staff recruitment and training, and the day-to-day running of our museums. We've engaged MEMA to advise us on accessible design standards for our museums in York and Shildon and our Vision 2025 projects there, including Central Hall. And I'm going to hand over to Emily to explain her involvement in this process, but as last time, we do have other members, as has just been explained, on hand to respond to any subsequent questions. Emily.
Thanks, Judith, and good evening all. I'm Head of Accessibility and Inclusive Design at MIMA and the Accessibility Consultant for the National Railway Museum's Vision 2025 Strategy and Master Plan. I've worked on the design of the western approach to Central Hall as well as access within the building. On arrival, 14 blue badge parking bays are available for use. The dimensions of these bays align with the Department for Transport's Inclusive Mobility Guidance and BS 8300. Drop curbs are provided by each accessible parking space, and benches with back and armrests are available to promote dwell opportunities. The walkway is 2.4 metres wide, with localised narrowing to a minimum width of 1.8 metres where street furniture is present. This exceeds relevant accessibility guidance and allows 2 wheelchair users to pass one another. An upstand is provided along the pavement length to enable blind and partially sighted visitors and staff to identify its edge. At pavement crossings, contrasting blister paving is present. On the western side of the museum, there is a 2-metre level change between Leeman Road and the new Central Hall entrance. To provide an accessible experience, both a direct stepped route and a longer sloped route are provided. The stepped route is divided into 2 flights with a landing. Contrasting tactile paving is provided at the top and the bottom of the stairs, as well as contrasting nosings and handrails. The sloped route is longer in design to achieve a maximum 1 in 20 gradient for ease of independent use by wheelchair users and those with mobility equipment. Level landings are provided at the top and bottom of the sloped route and at every rise of 500 millimetres. In terms of wayfinding to and around Central Hall, this takes a 2-sense visual and tactile approach with tactile maps proposed at the entrance and within the drum. A minimum of 70% tonal contrast is provided on signage throughout, and accessible signage heights for ambulant visitors, wheelchair users, and those of shorter stature has been considered. Once inside Central Hall, visitors and staff will continue to navigate access route widths of 2.4 metres and benefit from inclusively designed seating at maximum intervals of 50 metres. All routes provide step-free access opportunities with a passenger lift servicing the balcony level within Central Hall. NRM staff members will also be on hand to support deaf and disabled users, whether they are visitors to the museum or passing through the site. In addition to our design work with the NRM, MIMA are facilitating a lived experience user group of 8 individuals with varying physical, sensory and cognitive impairments, be these permanent, temporary, situational or multiple. The user group has reviewed the proposed Central Hall entrance, queuing and dwell space designs and provided feedback to the project architects and museum, informing both the design and the operational process. MIMA have also authored an inclusive design standard for the NRM that details technical requirements for each museum area.
I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Thank you. Provides empathy building guidance and supports the museum's aspirational open for all strategy, going above and beyond approved document Part M legislation and BS 8300 guidance. From both a professional and a personal perspective, I've been impressed by how seriously the NRM takes their legal and ethical responsibilities regarding accessibility and inclusive design and the aspiration they are hoping to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. I did in fact give you an additional minute there because your previous speaker had hardly taken 3.
Thank you.
And I thought, given the number of speakers we've already heard from, it was only fair to give a little bit more time, but I'm confident there will be questions. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you very much. Picking up on some of the question and answers earlier about the EQIA that has been produced by officers being a kind of a bolt-on, and reading the additional information about the user group, I wondered whether I read that and thought, has that been hastily convened on the back of the previous meeting? It wasn't clear to me the way in which equalities have been factored into the ongoing design, and you've spoken a bit about that. But can you just say a bit more about how it has informed the design? Because certainly it didn't come through in the information that we got previously.
Emily will definitely answer the detail around that question, but I think you've said a really interesting point in it, which is that it's the officers who've done an equality impact assessment on our application. What we've done in the run up to get to that point of having a design and having an application is go through a whole load of works, and I think that's the bit that Emily can talk about, which obviously was part of the application, which officers would have seen as when we put the application in. But if I can hand over to you,
Absolutely.
Emily.
So I started as the accessibility consultant for the National Railway Museum and their Vision 2025 master plan at the beginning of 2021.
And from that time, set up, recruited and have been facilitating that lived experience user group, not just for Central Hall, admittedly, within other projects that are going on within the museum, but we have had a session for Central Hall. And as I say, that entrance queuing, dwell space design has been looked at and reviewed by those users. Those users have differing impairments. So we have people who use mobility aids, have mobility impairments. We have people who have visual impairments, are registered blind. We have a profoundly deaf British Sign Language user on the panel. And we also have neurodivergent users who have cognitive impairments as well. So we really do have that pan-disability focus on the panel.
So can I just come in here, Councillor Fenton? You're talking about a bolt-on, and strictly speaking, it has been written up because of the last deferral, but it's a council obligation. But it doesn't mean at each time your officers write it up in the sort of detail that's been done now. This has been done for a purpose because it was raised at the last meeting. And obviously the officers, your officers have been keen to ensure that there was no stone unturned, but it is a standard requirement of the council, and it has been written up for this committee, but it doesn't mean that the council don't normally look at these issues as part of their processes, but you could obviously ask the officers about that.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic has a supplementary on this.
Yeah, thank you. It is just supplementary. I think you said that you prepared a report for the NRM.
Yes, an inclusive design standard.
So that was an equality impact assessment plus, essentially.
Slightly different. So the inclusive design standard is an aspirational document for the NRM that goes above and beyond approved document Part M legislation and other relevant guidance such as BS 8300, Department for Transport's inclusive mobility document, and really sets the standard for them as a museum in terms of their open for all strategy and aspirational aims. So this document is now in utilisation by contractors, by designers, including those who are working on Central Hall, to ensure that they can go above and beyond legislation and guidance when designing within the museum.
So can I just ask then, Judy, is that a published document, or is that an internal only document that only yourselves have seen?
I'm not sure because there was obviously quite a lot submitted with it. It's an internal document that we've used to inform our designs.
Sorry. Would you then be prepared to submit that within the raft of documents that are available for people to consider? Because obviously, if you've done all the work, it should essentially be a public.
I don't disagree with that, but that's not part of the planning that we're seeing tonight. And I suppose I would look to that the officers, etc. That's not part of the planning submission.
That's not a requirement as part of the planning process for them to submit that. The design and access statement is, which I imagine I would formulate from that document, but we can't specifically request that as part of the planning process that you're considering now. But if you can just ask. Yeah. If you could confirm, I would imagine that's how it's come to where it's come to the design and access statement that's taken that document into account.
Exactly.
But that's for the question for the applicant.
Yes, exactly. That's how we've got to the point of where we've got to. You know, I'm not to say that in the future there isn't a distilled down version. I mean, this is a very, very lengthy, it's over 300 pages. It's not something we wouldn't want to publish, but I don't think that forms part of this planning application.
Thank you. Councillor Lomas, I think you indicated you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Emily, thanks for giving us all that detail. It's really helpful. The user group that you talked about, yes. I'm interested in that. So were they briefed to consider this Central Hall space as a you know, a museum space, or were they briefed to understand that local residents would be using this as a through route, and they will have differing needs and have a therefore different experience of travelling through the space than perhaps somebody who's arriving expecting to, you know, come in and get their tickets sorted and get their programme and move around the museum itself. And you talked a bit, and there was a lot of detail, so forgive me if I've misunderstood, but I may have misunderstood. You talked a bit about the routes through the site, and all being, you know, to the whatever standards, and I didn't write down the British standards that you referenced, but to the standards. But I think that just gives like us an understanding that essentially two users could pass one another. But what we're talking about in Central Hall is almost, I think conflict is possibly the wrong word, but the conflict between those people who are there to visit the museum and potentially milling around, and I'm not using that in a derogatory term, that's what I like to do in museums and galleries, and those people who want to get to somewhere they're going and pass straight through. So was that considered? And finally, because it's all part of the same question, and I apologise, them all. Yeah, I'll come back to it, but as part of the seemingly extensive consultation that was done, particularly with this user group, did you have engagement with any of the disabled people's organisations in the city? Have you had engagement with particularly any of the groups that have expressed concern about accessibility? Particularly all of those, you know, I referenced earlier, a lot of them, they came to the last planning meeting, they've come again tonight saying much the same things. So apologies, I know that's lengthy, but it's all part of the same question.
That's okay. So to answer your first point in terms of the user group and that consultation regarding were they briefed almost as museum visitors or as people passing through the museum, both were mentioned in terms of when we had the user group, and they had the opportunity to comment on both, but the main bulk of the workshop was admittedly reviewing the design as visitors. So we spoke a lot about going into the lobby, for example, that's slightly separated from the drum. And there was a lot, actually, a very positive response, especially from neurodivergent users, that they really liked that this area allowed a bit of prior familiarisation and pre-tooling before they entered the drum. So I can see that for both a visitor and somebody passing through, that may be helpful. To answer your second question, which was about
conflict in the drum of visitors, not really conflict, but you know, visitors and residents passing.
Yeah, okay. So the difficulty is here, I think, as we've discussed today, design versus operation, and that does have to come into this. There does have to be an operational element to removing or reducing that conflict. That is just fact, both in terms of accessibility and in terms of any museum visitor. So it does come down to staff availability, staff training, that I appreciate can't be, you know, that I appreciate the worry that that cannot be guaranteed. What I can absolutely assure you of is that front-facing staff undergo a very, very rigorous element of disability awareness and equality training, and this will absolutely carry on through Vision 2025. In terms of how the design tries to reduce that conflict a little bit, first of all, the huge amount of space within the drum is an important factor within that. You are not asking people to bottleneck into a space where they are going to be crashing into each other. The drum is going to provide those great access routes. There are some additional things to the operations and the staff that I would like to add that will hopefully help. So we've also spoken with the architect quite extensively about ensuring things like light reflectance values are at least 30 points between walls, floors, furniture, to allow that visual contrast for those who are visually impaired, those who are neurodivergent, to be able to navigate the space successfully. We've looked again extensively at surfaces, finishes and materiality, ensuring that they remove the possibility of glare, for example, remove the possibility of bold pattern, which can become very confusing and distressing. And we've also been working with the wayfinding team around visual and tactile signage. So I mentioned within the statement that I read earlier that there will be tactile mapping available for people to orientate themselves, familiarize themselves with that space and be able to navigate either through the museum as a visitor or out of the museum if they are passing through. What I didn't mention within that statement is there is also the opportunity for QR codes to be on those signs, to allow for digital familiarization and pre-tooling, again, specifically for people who may be neurodivergent, who may be anxious, who may be utilizing screen readers and prefer to find some information via their personal devices rather than utilizing the signage throughout the museum. So hopefully they're just some of the things that hopefully might give a bit of an answer into what we've been doing to try and remove that conflict and try and provide an aspirational and independent journey for those with protected characteristics. Sorry if you had a third question.
Before you answer the third question, I think there's just one other bit to add around that, which is within museums, what museums like to do is put lots and lots of objects in it, because that's what we're good at, is putting loads of things. One of the things we've done with the drum in the design development of it is keep it as that big open space for exactly those reasons. You know, the first thing a curator sees, or anybody else, is what are we going to put in it? How do we fill it full of things? It isn't. It is an open space for exactly the reasons that we've talked about, which is to make it an easy flowing for both visitors, but also for residents coming through. The final question that was asked of you was, which organisations in York have you worked with?
Oh, okay. So this is this particular consultation was separate to Central Hall, so I don't know if it's relevant for me to mention it. We have engaged with the Snappy Trust within our Wonder Lab design. For those that I'm sure you all probably know them, but they're a charity that supports young people and adults with varying impairments and access requirements. We've worked with them around exhibits of the space. I have not spoken to York Disability Rights Forum, for example. That's something that I'm more than happy to do going forward with this.
Thank you. I think we've got a couple of supplementaries. Councillor Eyre, you have a supplementary? Okay. Yours a supplementary? Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you. You talked about trying to avoid bottlenecks, but there is a potential significant bottleneck, and that is entering when people are trying to actually enter, or well, probably not leave, mainly enter, with the potential of bag searchers, but also visitors queuing, and so I'm thinking particularly about people with neurodivergence. Is how have you addressed that? Because that could involve a potentially quite a long wait. And for people who are anxious, how are we going to, how do you plan to address those concerns?
Before we answer that first bit, Dave, can I ask you to come up and just talk about the numbers coming through the entrance? Is that okay? Because I think it'd be good to understand what the numbers are. We've done a lot of modelling. We you know, this is a big part of what we're doing within museums, is understanding visitors and what the modelling numbers look like coming through the entrance. So I think that then feeds into the answer. Is that okay, Dave?
Fine. So it's very important to understand the peak times of the museums. You know, and typically when it first opens between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, that is when the maximum number of visitors throughout the whole day arrive in that sort of 1 hour. And that could be around about 25% of the visitor numbers. It varies throughout the year. So during the winter months, during term time, the numbers are very low. In the summer holidays, it's quite the opposite. Most of the people travelling at that time, passing through the building, are actually heading from out of town towards town, and are actually heading in the opposite direction to the visitor arrivals. There is a second small peak for visitors. That is sort of late lunchtime, early afternoon for the afternoon visits. And the numbers travelling to and from city are much more balanced there. So across the whole day, we're talking of people travelling to the city, passing through the building and going and then coming back again. There's 790 trips at peak across the times when the museum is open. And clearly that's spread about, across the whole day. That's sort of the peak number. Yeah. Peak number. Yeah. So think roughly 800 trips. If we assume everybody goes to town and comes back again, I know there's an assumption in that. That's 400 people. They'll come, they'll return an hour or two later, depending on the nature of their business. So that sort of gives you a sort of perspective on it. When I talk about visitor arrivals, the August museums, about 3,000 a day is the maximum. So in that first hour, you could face a quarter of that, but they're heading largely from town, although not exclusively so, but largely from town or the railway station.
So thank you for your question. Regarding neurodivergent users and queuing, entrancing in general, I think the first point to make that's really, really important is the ability to pre-tool oneself and familiarise oneself with the environment, with the layout, to be able to gain a little bit of confidence and familiarity in the visit that you might be having if you're a first-time visitor to the museum, or if it's your first time going through the museum to get to wherever you're going. So having use of an accessible website that we've spoken to the museum about having, accessible videos that have both captions and BSL translation, for example. They're all really, really important as a first step to try and mitigate some of these anxieties that understandably neurodivergent users or any user might have. Just in terms of the entrance, the doors themselves will be 1800 millimeter clear width. So you do have a large entrance space, not too much of like a bottleneck single door. So I think it's important to have that visual in mind. As I mentioned earlier, when we spoke with the user group, but also when I've spoken to the project architects around the design, that differentiation between the lobby and the drum is really important here, because it does provide a space to gain that familiarity. It does provide dwell opportunities. It provides an opportunity to orientate oneself before moving into that drum and deciding where you're going, either as a visitor or as somebody walking through. And of course, staff availability is important here. I know that there's been issues with that throughout the meeting about being able to guarantee that operationally. I understand that, but staff availability is an important factor here. Well-trained staff that are empathetic, that communicate well, that don't, as we heard mentioned before, wait for you to go, "Hi, I'm disabled, can someone help me please?" They're proactive in assisting you. And I also spoke to the user group extensively around that queuing system and what could be done here. Important to clarify that this hasn't been agreed yet, but there were conversations around perhaps being able to mark yourself in a queue and sit down and take some dwell opportunity for then somebody to call you up when it was your turn to go into the drum. So not having to, I guess, extend any fatigue, extend any anxiety or worry, for you to be able to say, "Hi, I'm here, go and sit down," and somebody will come and get you when it's your time to go through. Hopefully that just answers some of those queries.
Can I just add a couple of other big points to it? Is two small things. It's both an entrance and there's a separate exit. So it's not, people aren't coming through the same door. There's two different doors if you hadn't picked that up. And the other one was, we were really keen that the entrance wasn't a sort of monolithic big door that people felt they were really entering something that felt a normal space for anyone to, about making museums open for all, is about making that most welcoming. And that's how we designed it for that reason.
Okay. Yeah, I've Councillor Eyre indicated, Councillor Baker indicated, I'm just making sure. Yours is supplementary, Councillor Lomas. Okay.
Thank you. I think that is all really helpful. And I think a level of detail I don't think we've had previously. One of the questions I just had was if somebody is using this as a through route, so as opposed to being a visitor to the museum, they're using this as a through route. They live somewhere on one side, they want to get somewhere on the other side, whichever direction they're going. How do they know that it's open? So how does a person know that it's open? How do they check if it's one of those days when it's not open? How do they check the opening times? How do they get access to that? Because what we don't want is people getting all the way up to the doors and then having to go round a massively long diversion to take a different route. So how will they know it is open? And you know, what facility will there be for people to know that in a sort of easy to access way, as in, well, I don't want to just check this morning and then find out I can't do my journey into town at 11 o'clock today. I want to know I'm making an appointment for next week. Will I be able to actually get through?
I'm going to ask Luann to step forward. Sorry, Janet, we keep throwing you out. Because there has been a lot of work done on that, Councillor Lomas. We spent a lot of time considering how that will actually work, because it's quite a big site. As you say, we don't want people to have wasted journeys. So, Luann, if you could pick up on that.
Yeah, I can. So the work on that's not complete yet, Councillor Lomas. We've appointed MEMA to also do wayfinding work for us. And the reason that it's not complete yet is because we want to make sure that it ties in with the York Central design. We also need to make sure that it not only works with this project, but with the other projects that we've got going on across the site. So we're designing it in a staged fashion. So it will come on stream in various stages. The first stage being Wonderlab when that's complete next year, and then the central hall elements and the elements with respect to the road will come on at those points. I know that doesn't answer fully your question. I'm going to come to the points about how people know beforehand in a moment. But what we specifically are keen on looking at, not keen on, that we are doing for the route through and the walkway in particular, is to make sure that people don't get to the point where they can't access any further before they realise that. They must know at the point where the alternative route is. And so we'll make sure that that's built into that design. It's part of the brief that's gone to MEMA, and part of the reason, well, we procured it as you do with public procurement separately and ensured value for money. But one of the things that was beneficial about MEMA also doing that part of our design is that we can make sure it's very well integrated with the accessibility element, which is really important to us overall. With respect to accessing the museum and knowing when you can access, we do use our website facilities to help with that as much as possible. And our intention is to do that in just the way that you suggested, that it wouldn't be, you know, on the day that you're traveling, it would be in as much advance notice as possible. And we also would like to be able to use the website even more than we do now to allow people to be able to plan their journey better, not just with times, but with respect to actually what's it going to be like that when I get there? How do I get from my accessible space, or even just down this route? And what will it be like when I have to pass through, or when I want to enter the museum, and who will I encounter, etc. So one of the things we've done about that is we've recently appointed internally in our staff a specific communications person for Vision 2025, who will work not only on communications for externally and internally during the construction of the work, but also what that will look like afterwards, and therefore what our website will do with respect to that. So that's the work that we're doing around that.
Thank you, Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. The good news is I think other councillors have asked most of my questions, which were the issues around consultation and the criticism that you hadn't consulted users as well as residents. That was the one thing I was kind of left with was there was a suggestion by one of the public speakers that it would be preferable to maintain the subway and sort of two-level access. I was just, in your opinion, as the agent that's coming into this and the expert is, do you think that would be? Do you think this solution, as presented there on a level access across the whole thing, or the existing solution, the split level access, is better in terms of making an accessible building for everybody, be that visitors and residents?
Once again, I'm going to say before Emily answers that, there's probably a couple of things I think it'd be helpful to understand. Janet, can I just ask you to just refresh us on that bit of it, and then you need to turn your mic on.
Yeah, I'll probably teach you my grandmother to suck eggs here, but we've got a very strong history to where we've got to here, with the outline permission for York Central, allowing Leeman Road to be closed, joining together the two sides of the museum as a level access. Then the Secretary of State for Transport approved the closing of the road. The reserve matters permission has been given by the council for the diversionary routes, and we have submitted an outline permission compliant reserve matters application. So what I'm saying is that if you go through the sequence of how we've got here, at each stage we've followed on from something that the council have already approved. And the level access and the ability to not separate groups. So grandma doesn't have to leave the group and find the lift and go separately, has been a major part of what the museum was aiming for.
And before Emily answers the bit from your perspective with lived experiences, it was part of the consultation that was done in 2017 or 18, which was looking at both bridge and tunnel. Public feedback wasn't positive to that because of the exposure to it. And also in terms of the level differences of what was described earlier, there were things looked at that was around that. The level difference isn't enough to enable what was sort of drawn up on the screen to be able to be done. But then, Emily, do you want to answer from your perspective?
I think from my perspective, it's probably quite a simple and a short answer. I can't comment on alternative routes. I can't comment on the equalities impact assessment that the council's written. What I can say and assure you from my own personal and professional perspective is that what you see there within those red lines or the yellow squiggly line, whatever you want to call it, is accessibility compliant. In fact, it exceeds accessibility requirements and provides what I think is an equitable route for disabled people and people with other protected characteristics, but I can't comment outside of that. It's not within this thing.
I suppose what I was trying to get at was, if we were to start with this and we're moving back to the current arrangement, which in essence, that's weighing up our public sector equality duty. If we're refusing the application, we're going back to what we have currently. Would you have issues with the fact that we were making it less accessible by moving from that to the existing proposal we have?
So Leeman Road, as it stands right now, from a personal perspective as a wheelchair user, it is relatively steep, it is relatively narrow, it is cambered, it's not easy to access Leeman Road as a wheelchair user right now. There are not, for example, blister tactile pavings on the crossing as you go towards the Bullnose building, for example. The walkway route that we are proposing would provide much wider access routes than are currently there. I think, and don't quote me on this, although you probably will, but some of the width is 1.5 meters along Leeman Road, which doesn't allow two wheelchair users, and at a push doesn't really allow a wheelchair user and somebody who's a support worker or somebody who has mobility equipment themselves to walk together. So I think it's important to say that the current route isn't without its challenges. And I do believe that this infrastructure will improve on that, will mitigate some of those issues.
Thank you. Councillor Baker, you've been waiting quite patiently for this one.
Entry.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I take your point, but surely the pavement that runs along Leeman Road is more accessible currently, open 24/7, than when it's going to be closed with the huge barrier of a building that closes the pavement. That's the barrier.
I'm not sure there's a question, but you know, because it is fairly obvious, and that I mean, we're not going to get into, because it's not part of this, but that's what the alternative route is there for. But I'm not sure there's anything. We can't comment on. Yeah.
I've got Councillor Pablo, you'd indicated a moment ago, Councillor Lomas and Councillor
It was just, you said in response to Councillor Eyre, and I didn't quite catch it, so it's just a clarification. For example, the points that Mr. Pearce made about this alternative 24/7 level route. Did you say it was considered but then dismissed? And if it was considered and dismissed, why was it dismissed? I suppose, what were the barriers to 24/7 access?
There was two things looked at. I can't remember which years they were in, but they were the level differences. So there's a lot of talk about the level differences. Is either it is not very much to it, or it's really great. Actually, the level differences doesn't easily allow for a route to go over the top. It doesn't easily allow it without it being a very, very, very long twirly thing. Ramp, thank you, afterwards or before it, or however it worked. So it was discounted for that, but also it was discounted for two other points, which is public consultation. When we looked at bridges over the top and subways underneath of a building, that people weren't keen on that, and also the designing out crime officer from the police wasn't keen on things that had where people could be on their own over a period. So that was where it was looked at.
I think, yes, I understand the going up or going under. I think this was going around the outside. If I understood Mr. Pearce's point,
it still goes
around the outer.
It still goes up.
Oh, it goes up, but not like over the top of the building.
Yeah, well, it still goes over the first floor.
Yeah,
which is still up from straight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Rowley and then Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of questions, and I guess one of them I should have asked as a supplementary. So I'll ask this now, and then I've got a more substantive question that I would ask if I'm allowed. So you mentioned about kind of people coming in and going through, and Emily brilliantly explained to us about the accessibility. And in a sense, if I was looking at what I've got and what you've explained to me, I'm quite comfortable with all of that, with the accessibility issue. For me, that isn't a major issue. But my supplementary question to one that was asked earlier was, if somebody is coming from town, because I think one of your colleagues said they're either going to go to town or back from town, most people coming back from town that are shopping have multiple bags and are carrying multiple bags. In terms of coming back through the building, what can they expect in terms of bag checks and hold-ups and what have you? So that's my supplementary, and I do have a substantive after that.
I'm going to broaden that out slightly, because there is something that's been coming through to me, people asking questions. So people don't need to book a ticket to be able to walk through, because people have been asking that as well. And after May next year, we go back to 7 days a week being open. So people will be able to come through. And I think people have been relieved to hear that they don't need to book tickets. They don't need to, that will be open 7 days a week. Bag checking is brought in as a result of police telling us that we need to. So if the security in the country changes, we are asked to implement bag searching. I've worked at the National Railway Museum for 17 years and we've never had it in place. But that I cannot say that won't happen in the future. If we get to a point where there is a security alert, then of course bag searching would be put in place, and therefore people would be asked the same as anyone walking through the museum. But it's if and when that happens.
I do have a substantive, which I'm more than happy to ask
Well,
later if you want.
That just depends whether councillor Lomas is a supplementary or, go ahead, please. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. If I can ask Becky, if we can have, please, the if I can find it, it was on my copy. All right. So the plan showing alternative routes. It's the SCP. That's the one. Brilliant. So I've got a couple of questions around this because I'm very much aware that we are being restricted in terms of a decision that we have to take to the redlined areas. And so for me, one of the major issues is that I am confident that what you have done for the opening hours of the museum is acceptable. And my big issue, because it's within the red line areas, is what happens when the museum is closed. And I understand you're going to be open 7 days a week, which is brilliant, but you're not going to be open 24/7. And so I just want to ask for some clarifications. If I can refer you to the page that's on the screen. So can you just for clarity, and you may need to ask one of your colleagues, can you tell me what the distance is from point F currently to point B? So that the current Leeman road from point F to point B, what is the distance of that route?
Okay, I am going to ask one of my colleagues, you're absolutely right. While Dave's coming up, what I would say is, as you rightly said, today is about our bit. That's part of it, was part of the stopping up public inquiry, and that whole discussion and debate that was seen as an acceptable alternative route for when the museum was closed. That was considered then, but I will hand on to Dave. Mike.
Thank you. So the difference between walking between points F and B and going between F and B via E and C.
Sorry, Chair, forgive me. But can I just ask, the question was, what is the distance between F and B?
Right. The additional length you've been asked to walk compared to now is 394 meters. There is.
Sorry, Chair, I'm sorry, I asked a specific question. What is the distance between F and B?
If you're able to answer the question.
No, I don't have in front of me the precise difference between F and B. What I have is the additional distance you would have to walk going on a diversionary route.
Okay.
That's 394 meters.
So 394 meters.
Is the extra length you would be asked to walk or cycle.
Okay, that's fine. So my next, thank you, Chair. Thank you for helping me with this. So my next question is that if you are then during the closed period of the museum, and you see, for me, this is a really important thing. So you know, I would have had no issues rubber stamping it, get it through. But for me, the issue is the out of hours. And so if we're being asked to approve the application within the red lines, you're saying that out of hours, there's a diversionary route, which you referred to, and it's in the document here, and it's an extra 394 meters. I want to ask Emily a question, okay, as a wheelchair user. What would for you as a wheelchair user, because a number of our speakers this evening have mentioned about this, for you, what would the impact be of going an extra 394 meters? May well be at night time, might well be with reduced visibility. How would you feel as a wheelchair user having to take that diversion?
Genuinely, I would need to understand more about that, the accessibility of that route, the lighting of that route. As you say, there are so many factors to what would make me feel safe or vulnerable that I cannot answer.
Thank you. Sorry, forgive me. And so Emily, can I then ask, so in terms of the wider impact for somebody that you know is potentially vulnerable in many different ways, so that hasn't been taken into account in terms of the impact of that alternative route and the extra 394 meters that you would be asked to take if the museum was closed?
That's not something that Emily's done, because that sounds, so it's back to the point, and Davey, if you can come in a sec, that this was settled as part of the stopping up order public inquiry. Exactly these things were what was addressed at that, and wasn't what we've employed Emily to look at the bit that we're doing. That was looked at as outside of that, and had already been settled as the acceptable alternative route. But David, is there something you wanted to add?
Yes, so if I can go, just go back through the story, the principle of closing Leeman Road, except when the museum is open, was a decision taken at the outline application stage. And that was dealt with some details through conditions and had the limitations on the use to the opening hours and pedestrians. That was then progressed through a stopping up order, and a planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State heard the arguments for and against, and heard a lot of the discussion and points you've listened to today. But it is the inspector to recommend to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State then makes a decision, and has made this decision, that it's acceptable to close that part of the highway. So that decision isn't in front of you today because it's been taken by the Secretary of State. The alternative highway route, you have approved the reserved matter details of. It is to acceptable gradients that are much more accessible on Leeman Road. It's been designed with wide enough footways and segregated footway cycleways. It's got dramatically improved lighting. It's got full tactile paving, and indeed, as you go round the wider site, the cycle routes and pedestrian routes, instead of being narrow and adjacent to the carriageway with the vehicles very close by, they're actually segregated by landscaping in areas like that. So the whole route is much more attractive, much more usable, and much more accessible.
And Jerry, if I'm my final supplement, and then I will shut up then and let my colleagues ask for comments. And I want to be really clear about this, because I've sat and listened, as we all have. You have listened to a number of objections. You have received many, many emails and communications, as have your colleagues, about the frustrations of those residents living in the St. Peter's Quarter and also on the island, and those that are wanting 24-hour access. Can I just ask a very simple question? All right, just a simple yes or no answer would be fine. Will you, as a management team, as a design team, be willing to look at a way in which the access through the museum could be done on a 24-hour basis, or is that absolutely not going to happen?
I'm not going to answer as a yes or no, I'm afraid, just a little bit more background to it. And I think it's the point I made earlier, which is taking out the whole points about the outline planning and everything else that was looked at. One of the things I have to take into account was the Designing Out Crime Police Officer's report. And it wasn't just that he said he wasn't very keen. He said he couldn't support an application that would have that in it. And that we did a lot of conversation around it at the time. And with the responsibility of a national museum, I have to take that into account. So in long answer, that's why we have stood by the application that we're putting forward.
That's can I through the chair, please?
Sorry, just 2 seconds. Helen's worked it out from F to B, and it's 317 metres. There you go.
There we are. We have an answer to your first question, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Lomas.
Chair. A couple of questions for you, Judith. Thank you for being patient with us and answering. It must feel like thousands of questions, but it is important we air all these issues. So I've got questions relating to opening hours for the museum and charges for entry. I know at the moment there is no charge for entry, but my question is, how often do opening hours and charges for entry change? So, you know, we are looking at this as part of what is being built. So we're not looking at it as we've referenced to anything to do with walkway agreements or anything like that, but we are looking at this as to what is being built. But the building contains the access for people to move through, as well as access into the museum. So how often in the history of the museum do opening hours and charges and things like that change? I know you can't predict the future, and you don't know what's going to happen with, you know, pesky things like government decisions around funding for the arts, but and you know, I'm not asking you to try and do that, but give us an example of how long it's been static for, as you know, a measure that we can use.
So it was charging. Museums used to charge until it was actually under Tony Blair that it was brought in that charging was removed from it. And it's something like 1996 was about then is when it was removed. There has been every government since and going forward has always committed to keep national museums free of charge. And we would hope that that continues, and that's the basis that we have set out our next 10-year strategy, is that we continue as free of charge. And as part of that, we've worked very hard to become far greater in our own financial sustainability, so that we're protected as government takes our funding down, which they do. We are protected for it. So I can't see into the future. I would suggest that it would stay free of charge. If it became something different, so there was, for whatever reason, there was a government came in saying you've got to charge for museums, then obviously that's something that would need to be looked at as part of the walkway agreement, because we couldn't be asking people to walk through at charge, but there is no plans for that into the future. Somebody has just told me it was 1997 it was brought in, apparently. Thank you. So in terms of opening hours, before COVID, our opening hours were static. 7 days a week, 10 till 6. It was a static part of the museum. The rest of the group have gone back already to 7 days a week. We're the only museum that isn't doing it till next May. And the reason we're doing that is we've got a lot of rail vehicles to move to facilitate Vision 2025, which is why we are remaining term time 5 days a week, weekends, holidays, 7 days a week. But from May next year, when Wonderlab opens, we will be reversing to 7 days a week at that point going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you. Just going back to the the realm that we're looking at this evening, in terms of we've talked about a lot of the work that's been done on making the space as accessible and as easy to navigate as possible. Just picking up on one of the comments from Councillor Taylor, picked up on accessing freely and directly, and that will obviously be of most concern to residents who may go into the building and think I want to stay here because it's such an amazing place, but many people will want to get from A to B. How have you tried to factor that into the the design and the accessibility work that's obviously been done to not overlook the needs of those visitors who are simply visiting in order to get from A to B, and how do you anticipate not losing sight of the needs of those users of the space going forward? Because you are a visitor attraction, and it's entirely understandable that you would want to focus on the needs of visitors. But how can you give us a sense of how you have taken the needs of those users into account, and how you will do going forward?
Well, I'll start off on it. It's our community. I think the first thing to say is it is the community we're within. It is the people around us, and I think people will use it as a walkthrough when we're open. I think it will be used as a way of getting from A to B. One of the things will obviously be an ongoing is the training. of our people. I mean, it's a big part already of our recruitment and our training is ensuring that our people who will be managing at the front of the museum and on the desks and within the drums, that there is an understanding of the needs of our residents passing through, which will obviously keep it as a part of what we're doing. And it will become, I suppose, in a bit like, you know, part of who we are as a museum. Our museum in Bradford has a similar thing, has a walkway that goes through it, and it's part of who they are and what they do, and it would be the same for us. It's part of the museum, will be ensuring that residents will be able to walk through. I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to add, Emily, from the accessibility side.
I think I've probably said most of it from an accessibility side, but just to add around wayfinding, I think, you know, massively important that that clarification is there where the exits are, where the ways out are, versus how you go as a visitor to from the drum to Great Hall, for example, or to the toilets. So a big part of, I think, being aware that there will be people that are walking through the museum is understanding the flexibility and the autonomy of your audience and what they need. And I think a big part of that will be to do with the staff and the operations, as Judith said, but also in terms of the wayfinding and the signage and how that character of the museum is shown through that as it changes and time goes forward.
And the basic design of the building all the way through it has considered this walkway that was in condition 45 of the outline planning, and that's has been informed as we've worked all the way through it from day one.
Thank you, Councillor Pavlik.
Thanks, and I just want to clarify that I heard something correctly. Did you say that the designing out crime officer told you that any design option that included 24-hour-a-day access would not have been supported by them? Because we could have saved hours and hours and hours of hearing if we'd have known that.
Do you want to ask? Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Pavlich. The designing out crime officer didn't say I'm not in favour of 24/7. What he said was certain features that would come with 24/7 weren't acceptable. So if you say, for example, you went down the yellow road, you met the museum, went down the steps of the ramp, and then there was a glazed corridor at each side that got you through the museum 24/7. And then when the museum was open, you'd have doors in the side so that people could go across. But it was the implication of ne'er-do-wells and rough sleepers and people going through there, particularly women on their own, going through a passageway that would be quite a long passageway. And that was what he wouldn't support. It wasn't the principle of 24/7. It was the design implications of facilitating it.
So was that one specific design that he said, or was that all designs that were put before him that involved 24-hour-a-day access?
It was,
he would not have supported.
It was part of the outline planning application. It was included without. Probably best Tom, because you led on this. Sorry, Janet.
All right.
On this, because this was in the outline planning when that went through. Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Judith. Yeah, so if you looked back at the outline planning application, there was an addendum that was submitted in January 2019 that included the full range of options that were considered, tunnels, bridges over, tunnels through, all those kind of design options. And appended to that, if you look back at it, there's a report from the designing out crime officer that sets out his response to the, I can't remember, it was 6 or 8 designs that were considered. So that was all set out in a lot of detail at the outline stage.
Did you have any supplementary on that?
Would you like me to say a bit more about the comments that were made at that time, or would that be helpful?
I think that what perhaps you were asking was, did those comments relate to every one of those designs?
The comments related to a number of the designs. I mean, the range of options included do nothing, we had an option to move the museum somewhere else. We had an option, a bit like the Stonehenge building, to have a floating roof at height, linking two separate buildings. But the designing out crime officer looked at the local crime statistics, and he talked about features that provided isolation for users and the issues that having sort of tunnels or bridge structures, which of necessity in that location would have to be quite long, or they would have to have corners or curves in them. And he said that users would be isolated for a period of time while they used them, and that would make users feel uncomfortable and give rise to potential for crime. He talked about Scarborough Railway Bridge as it was before the scheme that you guys did, and how that had been one of the instances for crime in the area, because people with criminal intent could observe people for quite some time using the bridge infrastructure. And he said it's that kind of thing that we're seeking to avoid with tunnel and bridge structures in this location. He was also cognizant of the York Central Master Plan, with up to 2,500 residential units, sort of largely to the west of the site, and the movement strategy of York Central with a main east-west axis along Hudson Boulevard. And his view that it was much better for users to be in the busier footfall area on that east-west infrastructure that was being provided, and separating it off into what would be a less used tunnel or bridge structure.
And that's why the outline planning set the conditions that it did, because that was part of that discussion that was had at this committee, was what was included within that. I think it's that condition.
Yeah, it is.
Councillor Lomas.
Yeah, just supplementary to that, sorry, before you go. It's interesting that the design and out crime officer referenced Scarborough Bridge, but didn't reference what I would have thought is the obvious comparison, which is the tunnel like just a few yards away from this location, under the railway, which has a separate pedestrian / cycle tunnel to the vehicle tunnel, and that they presumably didn't make a reference to that. I mean, that for me is a more obvious comparison than a bridge. A tunnel to a tunnel is more comparable, and you know, we've got loads of examples of underpasses being you know, put into new developments. There's one not far away from me giving kids access to their school rather than crossing a dual carriageway and a
if you can press to a question, Councillor Lomas.
Yeah, so I'm saying, was there a comparison with the very nearby tunnel, which would look the same, with a tunnel where pedestrians and cyclists could pass through?
I'm afraid you're testing my memory of a report that was you know, submitted in July 2018 by the designing crime officer. So I can't remember if there was specific reference to the Marble Arch Tunnel. I do remember the Scarborough Bridge discussions and references, but I'm afraid I can't remember Marble Arch. However, on the questions of underpasses relevant to this scheme, I'll take you back to the consultation that happened in 2016 and 2017, where the original York Central movement strategy included a pedestrian and cycle underpass to the south of the St. Peter's Quarter. So the alternative movement route that was proposed originally, the CYC planning officers had said there couldn't be a footbridge over the railway line through the scheme. So an underpass solution was proposed, which sort of just to the south of St. Peter's Quarter, to the west of the end of the museum South Yard site. And in public consultation, lots of users said that they didn't want to use an underpass. They would perceive that as unsafe. So one of the things that the museum did in response to that was said, well, to get rid of the underpass, we could have a level crossing instead. So it would be at grade, so there'd be much more natural visibility and surveillance. And also to make that route as short as possible, the museum agreed that the path could then cut straight across its south yard, which then gave sort of big operational impacts because it meant that the steam visitor ride would have to be shorter and the platform for the visitor ride would have to be on the far side of the crossing so as not to inconvenience the sort of travelling public on the pedestrian and cycle route. But that was specifically, where, the community said they didn't want an underpass in this area. So
thank you.
If that's helpful.
That seems to have exhausted the questions, unless I'm missing anybody. Councillor Lomas again.
Sorry, I had another one. Don't worry, it's not for you, it's for Judy. So at the last meeting, we did end up talking a lot about the walkway agreement as an intrinsic part of what we're discussing, because you wouldn't be having to think about non-visitors passing through the site if we didn't have a walkway agreement. And when the deferral was made, Councillor Crawshaw suggested that you use that time to look at the walkway agreement again. Yeah. Can I
Can you be quick to get to the question?
As a way of trying to re-engage particularly residents groups and trying to allay some of their concerns and fears over the design of this building. Have you done that? Have you tried to re-engage with some of the groups? Have you tried to find ways of re-looking at that to allay some of those fears and re-engage residents around this application that you're making today?
Can I check before I answer what if there is some guidance here? Because I can see you're looking at each other, so I don't want to overstate.
Do you want to take this?
Yeah, I'm going to. We can't consider the walkways agreement as part of this, reserve matters application. So it's not fair to ask them a question about the walkways agreement that is not within your remit as the planning committee to consider. So you need to ask planning related questions, not walkway related questions.
So there have been a number of objections to this planning application from residents who are concerned about the way that this planning application is designed. Did you attempt to engage with them, with any of the residents groups, with any of the disabled people's organisations that we've heard from between the last meeting and this meeting to try and allay any of their concerns, to help them to remove their objection?
Yeah, what I would say about this is I've been in this job quite a long time and I've been to lots and lots of planning committees, and you can never make everybody happy. There's a clash between what the residents want and what the museum wants. Now, the duty of this committee is to determine the application that's in front of them. And what the officers are saying is that this application is acceptable and the reserve matters should be approved. And, we can be certain that a lot of residents are not going to be content by that. But it's been a long process. We've been working on it for 2 years. Other people have been working on it a lot longer than that. And to say no stone's been left unturned isn't an exaggeration. We've just covered so much in terms of what we'd expect to deal with on a planning application. It's been a very detailed exercise, but if you're going to join together the two sides of the museum, you're going to block the road. The museum have looked, as we've heard from Tom, several years ago, at what the options might be, and decided for various reasons they weren't acceptable. Now, your officers have decided this application is acceptable. And I would respectfully say it's on that basis that the determination needs to be made.
I think we need to be coming to a point where
Yeah,
we're moving to debate, but I
would-
will give you one last
I would-
opportunity.
Does
Councillor
that
Leeman.
mean the answer to my question is no?
Well, there's a couple of things to say. There has been work done to revise what the walkway looked like coming through the museum as a response to lots of the consultation that was going on. That has been going on over a number of months. In terms of most recently, we haven't gone out and met with people in the community. I've responded to a lot of the people who've been in touch about it and have been pleasantly surprised with those that have then written back to me, thanking me for making it clear that the new road was going to be open before the old one was stopped up, that there was going to be an alternative route that was open 24 hours a day, that would be well lit, well looked after in a wide environment. So I have responded to those people. They have responded to me being pleased and wished that they'd had that information in the public domain.
Thank you. I think we have come to the end of questions. Thank you very much. I'm just going to give opportunity to members. Do we need to take a break at this point, or are you willing to continue straight into? Okay. So the next stage, of course, is the opportunity to ask further questions of officers, any further clarification. I imagine there'll be quite a few questions. I'll just give you a moment to get to the table. Okay. A lot of hands shot up at the same time. Councillor Fenton.
Hopefully a quick technical question. So it's about the qualities impact assessment. 5.1 and 6.1 on pages 112 to 115. I just wanted to understand what it's saying, because 5.1 is headed explain the ways you plan to mitigate any unlawful, etc., etc. Is this written as CYC, we have undertaken this assessment and this is what we think you NRM should do? And if so, have NRM said, yes, that's fine, we can sign up to that? It just, reading it, I wasn't clear. Well, I know who these words were coming from, but I didn't know whether to read it as these are recommendations which NRM have accepted. Can you just help me understand it a bit better, please?
My name is Helen Joshua. I'm the Highway Development Traffic Manager for City of York Council. Yes, these are measures that either the NRM put forward before we even considered the equality impact assessment in this format, or things that we confirmed with them as we were writing it. So yes, that's all confirmed with the NRM.
Councillor Lomas.
I've got a couple of questions. One for officers is, can we condition opening hours, and can we condition staff availability for access reasons?
So your application is only related to this central section. It's not, it doesn't relate to the rest of the museum. So I don't know how you could do that, because you can't necessarily condition how different parts of the museum are open, because there is nothing at the moment there's no, I'm not that I'm aware of a condition that means the uses of the museum as a whole has any restrictions to its opening hours.
I mean, I'm clearly more interested in access through the drum.
Mm-hmm.
So whether the wider museum is open, closed, whatever, it has very little relevance to that. But part of this this matter that we are discussing today is clearly to the design of it supports movement through that drum, doesn't it, on the yellow squiggly line?
Yeah.
So can we put a condition about what hours/days that route should be open? Can we put a condition about staff availability? Because we've heard tons today, and in the equality impact assessment, most of the mitigations are around this being open to people to be able to travel through and staff being available to support those who might need it in travelling through.
Right.
So is it legally possible to condition those two things? That's my question.
It's whether or not.
Whether or not you think we should, is it legally possible?
Okay, I'm gonna have to defer to Heidi. I can give you my advice and I'll let Heidi to, my advice is that I don't think it's reasonable, given where we are and what is happening with the fact that it's a reserve matters application, especially related to the staffing, because all you're considering is this, purely this extension and whether or not that's needed. So I don't necessarily, from a planning point of view, I don't necessarily think it's reasonable, but that's to you whether you take that advice. I have to look at Heidi from the legal aspects.
Thank you, Heidi.
I feel very much the same as well, because is it really necessary? I haven't seen the evidence that it's absolutely necessary, but I don't think it's reasonable. So in the 6 tests, I don't think it meets the 6 tests.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be lawful to have that condition, in my opinion.
It's, I imagine it's supplementary.
Yeah, so if it is the mitigation, it keeps going off, I don't know why. If it is part of the mitigation for adverse impact in your equality impact assessment, then you need to be certain it's going to be there. So that would be like saying the mitigation for the steps bit on the yellow line is the wiggly bit, isn't it? The ramped bit alternative. So you need reasonable assurance that that bit's going to be there in order to mitigate the fact that there are steps. So what I'm asking is, can we condition to make sure that that access that we are being assured of and is used as mitigation in the equality impact assessment, can we use conditions to make sure that that is there? So if the mitigation in the equality impact assessment is that there are staff there to assist, then can we surely must be able to condition that, otherwise we've lost our mitigation. If there is mitigation in the equality impact assessment saying that this will allow people moving through during museum opening hours, then surely we must be able to condition that, otherwise we've lost our mitigation, and therefore the equality impact assessment needs to go back because it's not sufficient.
Okay, so condition 45 clearly states that the pedestrian access through the National Railway Museum shall be implemented on the opening of the extension and made available during hours of opening. So that's already conditioned that it's through the hours of opening. To
okay, so we could just add
you
can't
just
that
that's
condition.
part of the outline. You can't just add to that condition. It
Well, a
doesn't
new
work like
condition
that.
then.
But
That
we've both just advised you that we don't think from a planning point of view it's reasonable. If you choose not to take that advice, that's entirely within your gift, but our advice is we don't think that's reasonable.
Okay.
But sorry, can you explain to me then how the mitigations in your equality impact assessment work? Because if we can't guarantee they're going to be there, then why are they in the equality impact assessment?
Because the opening hours, the museum will have its opening hours and they're there. The staffing, you have to staff a building. You can't not staff a building. We have to be reasonable from a planning, and I get what you're saying, but we have to think within the remit of planning and whether or not we are working within the guidelines that we have to work within, and that's the advice that we've given you.
You've asked the question, Councillor. We've had a reply. We've, I think, done as much as we can for the moment on that. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a technical issue. You can tell me I've got something wrong. 2 of the public speakers mentioned that they believed there had been a material change since the outline planning, which had something to do with the fact that there was nothing mentioned about opening hours, what they were going to be, or even that there would be any opening hours to contend with in the outline planning. Yet now there is in this, and that's a material change that we have to.
There's no material change because condition 45 very clearly, as I've just read to you, says that the pedestrian access will be available through the Railway Museum during its opening hours. So there is no change. That has always been the case. There has always been the case of the alternative route, and there has always been the case that there will be a route
So
through
there's
the
been no material change. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't understand that bit. Can I just ask a supplementary to Councillor Lomas? If as you were saying, we can't guarantee the staffing that well, sorry, the museum have said they can't guarantee the enough or the availability or the best possible staff at all times as a mitigation. Is it not then our planning responsibility to make something more guaranteed for the safety of
the NRM haven't said.
They did say that. They said they cannot guarantee the level of staff being available and the level of training being sufficient and enough and available staff all of the time. This Luana lady said that.
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you. And a brief one on that one. So I think what the speaker said was the condition 45 just said opening, but didn't mention what the times were, and was specifying what the times of opening were a material change. I think that was the.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is that a material change, adding in what the actual opening hours are at any given point?
We can't add it in because it's part of the outline permission, and we can't revise conditions that were put on the outline. And anything such as that should have gone on the outline. This is a reserve matter.
That was just to clarify. I think he was saying
Yeah.
that when the outline came in, it didn't mention what the times of opening would be, and now the museum has stated what they are. He felt that was a change in what the committee seemed. That wasn't my question, but I'm going to be boring and go for the entire process question. So as I asked last time, as I understand, we're now out of time in terms of determining this application. If we were not to make a decision today, for example, and it went to appeal, it was recommended for approval. So that will then go straight to the planning inspector. What then is the involvement from, if I remember rightly, which would be great, this committee would then have to meet again to give our view on what our view would be if we were making it. What other involvement would there be from members of the public, or does that just go straight to the planning inspector with all the documentation and then he makes a decision in isolation? Do the public get further opportunity to give representation to the planning inspector?
It depends what sort of way it was dealt with as an appeal. So it could go to public inquiry, given the level of interest. Wouldn't be surprised. And then obviously at inquiry, you can have your Rule 6 status. So groups could come forward, or you could have.
I was specifically referring to appeal on non-determination.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Councillor Fenton.
Another technical question on the lines of, could we condition that? And it picks up on a point Councillor Crawshaw made earlier. Could we condition that the Riverside Walkway improvements must be complete before this comes to fruition? So it's maybe one that transport officers could answer.
No, that's from a planning point of view, whether or not it's reasonable, and the answer is I don't think it is, because you've got the alternative route there. So I'll just go back to this one. So you've already got approved, and with reserve matters approval, an alternative access and a condition that very clearly secures it. So to require anything else above and beyond that wouldn't necessarily be reasonable. So that would be our advice. Theoretically, you could, but I don't think it'd pass the tests. And if you put it on and it was challenged by the Railway Museum, I don't know how we'd defend putting that condition on.
Councillor Eyre?
Just quick, I'll come back on the basis it's not within their control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Eyre?
But I think it was that point of phasing of construction as to whether all the other routes would be available prior to that being closed.
Sorry, I keep talking about condition 45, but it specifically says that prior to the closure of Leeman Road for pedestrian and cyclists, a scheme for a new alternative route for pedestrian and cyclists and details of a pedestrian access through the Railway Museum extension shall be submitted to approved in writing. The approved alternative new access for pedestrian and cyclists shall be implemented before Leeman Road is closed for pedestrians and cyclists. So you've got an alternative already secured as part of the outline permission.
Thank you. Can I just check who's still got questions? Councillor Rowley.
But thank you, Chair. So Becky, it's one for you really with the map that's up there, and I'm going back to a question I asked about an hour and a half ago. So just to confirm that from F to B is 319 metres. That's
just about,
yeah, okay. And the applicant's representative said it's an extra 394 metres. So actually it's over twice as long to go from F to B via the proposed alternative route out of hours. So I'm going to put that on record, that was all.
So that wasn't the question. Okay. Councillor Pavlov, did I see you? Yeah.
Luckily enough, I've got some questions on the actual quality impact assessment.
Please go ahead.
Two questions. Well, no, not two questions. One, do you have training in doing equality impact assessments? Two, do you have to give due regard to consulting with disability groups, for example, when preparing an equality impact assessment? Those are technical questions.
So I do have training. A lot of our transport officers have been trained quite recently. Actually, we took a full day of training and then we had to do some homework. And then we had another half day of training, checking our homework with somebody who's qualified and does this type of work quite regularly in the transport sector. So yes, I have been trained. Consulting, the way we dealt with this, because obviously we were asked to look at something very specific from the last planning committee meeting. And a lot of the consultation that we would have done was done through the planning consultation. So we went back to all the representations that had been received through the planning process. And all of this was summarized, and we identified where people had commented who maybe had highlighted specific issues for people living with a disability, or for people who really all types of all the groups that were represented in the equality impact assessment. So people who have maybe made representation related to gender, or so that's how we considered it. So we didn't do a specific additional consultation. We went through the consultation response from the planning process.
So just on that, so it says that you and Louise Milnes were the lead officers. So did you both co-write this impact assessment? Right, that's great. And the other people that are named, Tony Clark, Louise Milnes, Becky Eads, James Gilchrist, Heidi Lehane, they just contributed to that.
Yes, so the way we worked is I wrote an initial report, and then we worked all together, reviewed it, added, just worked together. Basically, that's why everybody is listed here.
Can I, sorry, just do, if I might remember that previously when you said, have you done an equalities impact assessment? And I said, we've taken into account, we just haven't evidenced it. So this isn't new. This is just us writing down what you asked us to do as part of the previous deferral. So that
I'm going to come to due regard in a minute, which Becky which Heidi very kindly and helpfully both referenced in the report, but also said right at the very beginning of the meeting. So when you said on page 98, for example, there may be delays for people, this is second paragraph down, relating to bag searches, could have a negative impact for some people with disabilities who may not be able to stand and wait. Some people may be discouraged from using the route. Now, to what extent did you feel that there was any form of mitigation that would resolve that? Or did you, as part of your due regard, say, yes, this is going to be an issue, but there is no mitigation to it?
I think the mitigations identified at the end of the impact assessment, you talk about the staffing as a mitigation, but that's the only one that was identified on that matter. We did discuss the issue of queuing with the museum and discuss what could be done about it, but we didn't get more than the staffing as a mitigation.
Because you also make reference to the inspector stating that the route through would only be limited mitigation for the stopping up of Leeman Road and the loss of Leeman Road as an access. How much regard did you give when it says limited mitigation? Was there any additional mitigation that could have been made in your assessment to meet the needs of people with protected characteristics that isn't currently in the plan that we've got to consider? No, you can't answer it. That's fine. If you can't answer it, you can't answer it.
I don't think I can answer it because it's not what I have been asked to consider it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor well. Okay, Councillor Lomas.
Thanks. Just a quick question on the equality impact assessment. The equality impact assessment identifies a few negative impacts on groups with protected characteristics that you've assessed at medium level, and the description of that says that there is some evidence to suggest potential, or there is evidence of an adverse impact. The proposal has the potential to make a contribution to promoting equality and the exercise of human rights. But then in the box where you're asked to consider whether there is any impact on human rights, it says no. But that's curious to me, and I just want to know what consideration you gave to section 14, the right to non-discrimination. Because it would seem to me that if you've got an impact that's not mitigated or that has mitigations that you can't guarantee, then there is an impact on the right to non-discrimination.
You want the question again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no worries.
Councillor Lomas, if you would just paraphrase the question. The
Equality Impact Assessment identifies negative impacts on groups with protected characteristics at a medium level. And then it says on page 109 in our packs that no human rights are identified, no human right impacts are identified. But what about section 14 of the Human Rights Act, which is the right to non-discrimination? Because if the proposal has an adverse impact on you because of protected characteristics, then that is discrimination and has an impact on your human right to non-discrimination.
Okay, so sorry, I missed the question the first time. So Article 14 has to be triggered in relation to a substantive article. So we didn't find any of those were actually invoked or violated. So 14 hadn't kicked in my opinion. The Equalities Act is wider, is broader, but the Human Rights Act is more narrow. That makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor
Just for the highways officer, but we had that proposal on one of the public speakers for the sort of the up and over, followed by a helter-skelter type drop down. In your opinion, would that be a good idea for something that was being used by pedestrians, cyclists, and wheelchair users?
That's really difficult to answer that one for Helen, I'm afraid, because we can only consider what we've got in front of us. And
I was trying to visualize this.
yeah, I know.
Cascading space with cyclists going both directions and wheelchairs.
In all fairness to Helen, she's a technical officer and she works in what's there now. And I without the specifics, I don't think it's something that they can. Sorry.
I think in the way you're asking the question, Councillor, you're probably answering your own question. I'm looking for other questions and I don't see any at the moment. It seems therefore we've exhausted questions of officers. And again, I'm going to give members the opportunity of a short break before we go into debate, but you may choose to go straight into debate. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to be aware of personal needs. So I invite members to debate the application before us. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. So I just wanted to start by apologising to the lady who I named, Luana, by saying that you said something that I interpreted in a way that perhaps you didn't say, so it was unfair of me to directly call you out. But because I felt that a couple of the things that two of the speakers representing the museum said, and quite clearly, one of them did say, oh, some of the arrangements are at a later stage and the operational arrangements we don't have in front of us of how movement will be inside this building. We haven't got guarantees, as far as I'm concerned, that moving operationally in this building for anyone is going to be freely possible and acceptable. And so that just highlights how, unfortunately, because we don't have all stages in front of us, it's very difficult for us to assess accessibility of one part of it when, as somebody else said, a lot of it is still guesswork. And I totally get the point that 17, 18, 3-4 years ago, there were residents that objected to plans for an underpass. That's a long time ago, and there are now thousands of objections. There aren't residents here now supporting this application. So in terms of the significant public interest, the significant public objections, and the lack of expertise on the council's own equalities impact assessment, I feel very uneasy supporting the museum to carry on with a plan that is a lot of people have a lot of fears about. And yeah, so at this point, I'm not able to say that I could support it in this current state.
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief at this time of the evening. I think one of the speakers mentioned earlier that they haven't been given scrutiny. I think this has possibly been given more scrutiny than any planning application I've certainly been involved with at committee. And I have the utmost sympathy for all the people that came to speak today. I think there will be impacts on wide-ranging groups of people. There will be positive impacts for a lot of people as well, but there will certainly be some negative impacts. And I absolutely hear that. And as I mentioned in the last committee, I think with hindsight, a lot of these issues maybe should have been addressed with at the outline stage. And we're always wants to learn, and we will learn from that one and perhaps hopefully take something from that one. Looking at the application again, though, I think, as I said before, I do believe this will get planning in one way or another, whether we do that tonight or whether it goes to the planning inspector. I can't see any particular grounds to refuse this application or to move it any further down the line. I wouldn't want to be the officer trying to defend that at an appeal hearing. I think it would be very, very difficult to defend that. And I do suspect that all we would be doing by either refusing or deferring this would be handing the decision over to the planning inspector, which would ultimately be, in my opinion, approval. The walkway agreement, which we're not allowed to talk about, but I think it's clear that it's something that should be able to talk about. I think I might get that tattooed on my arm or something. That he who shall not be named. But I think I'll take the liberty at this moment to say that we probably should continue to talk about the walkway agreement. And I think, in my opinion, it should be a live document, and it should be a document that the council and the NRM continue to work together on and improve on and nuance on. And we probably wouldn't get it right now, in all fairness. If we tried to sit and improve it, if it was a condition that we could put on and we tried to get it right, we'd get it wrong in terms of that, and we'd find out in a year's time that whatever we decided was wrong. So I think fully accepting it's not for us as a planning committee here to take that into consideration as part of the decision, and it would be wholly wrong in many ways, I think, to hold that over anybody in terms of making this planning decision. We have to set that to one side, but I would urge all of those involved with that, be that the executive member, be that the NRM, to continue those dialogues after this is either approved or refused, and continue to try and nuance that and actually make it as fit for purpose as it possibly can be in the circumstances. And at the time comes, if you'd be interested, I'd be happy to propose the officer recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull my thoughts together. I didn't think you were going to call me quite so quickly. Right. I think somebody said right from the outset, I think it was one of the councillors that said, look, we want the National Railway Museum to do well. We want it to be a beacon for the city. It is already a huge benefit to the tourist offer that York has. However, yes, we are members of the planning committee. Yes, we are citizens of York, but we're also human beings. And on planning grounds, and we are talking about the design of the building, as well as the access for it, I have real concerns that the equality impact assessment, which I think it was the right thing to ask for, does not make due regard to the needs of protected groups who will be disadvantaged by the design that we have in front of us. And I cannot support, as a human being and as a member of the planning committee, any design that effectively sells people with certain protected characteristics down the river. And therefore, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to support it, but I totally understand why you would make a recommendation for approval.
I know that you want to speak. I caught Councillor Fenton earlier, I think.
I suppose picking up the point about the quality impact assessment, the reason I asked the question about was this, oh, we haven't got one, we'll ask officers to run one off and box ticked. But the answer I got from the applicants was, certainly gave me comfort that work has been done, which manifested itself through the design and access statement. Arguably it could have been helpful if a separate document had been submitted by the applicants, making it abundantly clear a lot of the work that has been done, which we've heard about tonight. So I think that's a lesson learned. But I don't think it's fair to say that, as Councillor Eyre said, there are impacts. I don't think anyone disputes that. But I don't think it's fair to say that work hasn't been done to look at mitigating those impacts. And obviously members will have a view as to whether those mitigations are sufficient. Yes, it's frustrating, but necessary to focus in on what we're looking at. But we're aware of conditions in the outline planning application, which took me back to when I was on the committee that discussed that. And obviously, when fun though it is, we're not here to redesign the scheme and say, well, what about we can take a view as to whether we think what is proposed is acceptable, and that's what it boils down to. We haven't spoken about the benefits of the scheme, and I think it's almost kind of a given that there's a recognition that it will bring benefits. I think the NRM do champion those benefits, and you have done and will continue to do. But do all you can, do more to engage with. You said you want to be part of the community, and the community wants to be part of and proud of the NRM. So I would urge you to harness that enthusiasm, which sometimes manifests itself in ways that you might not expect it to or want it to, but that's reality, and that is what public engagement and community engagement is about. It's not easy, can be a bit messy, but it's necessary. So that would just be my plea.
Thank you, councillor Fenton. Councillor Melly. That's Lomas, forgive me, it's getting late.
Thank you, Chair. No worries. It's been a long day, hasn't it? Okay. So at the last time we considered this application, I didn't vote for the deferral. I explained that I would be voting against that because I had concerns about the actual design that was being produced and the harm to heritage that was being outlined, and obviously none of that has changed from then to now. So my view remains the same, but I did just want to make a couple of points. So the equality impact assessment that has been done on these plans has some issues in my view, because the mitigations can't be guaranteed. And we've been clearly told where we cannot put conditions in that would guarantee those mitigations. So in my view, those mitigations don't actually mitigate the harms that are identified and the impacts on people with varying protected characteristics that are outlined in the equality impact assessment. So unless there are conditions that can guarantee that those mitigations will be in place, then in my view, those harms remain, and that is a concern. And particularly, I think, of concern are the issues around the opening hours, staffing, the training, because those are things that are significant mitigations in this equality impact assessment. And we heard that, you know, obviously in the years since we've been, and not me, but, you know, we collectively as a city have been discussing York Central, the NRM opening hours have changed significantly. They've not yet recovered back to their usual level post-COVID. So there'll be a 3-year period where their opening hours haven't been 7 days a week. And that, if something like that happened again, or if there were another reason why their opening hours would change, then that would have a significant impact. I also have a concern about engagement with people who will be significantly impacted on by these plans, particularly disabled people. It's concerning to hear that the focus group, which I thought was excellently put together, but they only considered things from the perspective of a visitor to the museum and not those people who will need to use this building to move through, and that there was no engagement with disabled people's organisation around the drum design with reference to moving through the drum. And I'm not talking there about any walkways. I'm talking about the design of the building with reference to moving through the building. So my view hasn't changed from my view last time, because my view was about the design of the building and the harm to heritage, which hasn't changed at all. But I do share those concerns around the equality impact assessment, which I do think has been helpful in addressing many of the issues that have been brought forward by many of the objectors. But if you've got mitigations in there, you've got to be convinced that those mitigations exist and will exist. And if we're not allowed to put conditions on to make sure they do, then we have no guarantee of that. And those mitigations should be heavily caveated. And I think that the assessment should be updated to do that.
Councillor Looker.
Thank you very much. I do remember the outline planning permission application. And what I significantly remember about it was that one of the things people kept saying was, don't worry too much about the outline because it'll all come back in various detailed applications as we go through the site. And as always happens, and this is the thing I have failed to remember in all my life as a planning person, is if people say, don't worry, that's when you've really got to start worrying, because it comes back and they say, but you can't do anything about this because you agreed it all at outline. And my memory for 6 months ago is dire. My memory for 3 years ago is even worse, or is it 4 years ago? I've been thinking a lot about this application, and it does strike me actually, York already lives with a walkway agreement. We don't talk about it because we've lived with it forever. But if you think about the route through the museum gardens, that is a walkway agreement. It is closed at dusk, and that is a qualitative assessment. Is it dusk at this minute as you look out that window? If you dash to the museum gardens to get cut through, will you actually be able to get out the gate at the other end, or will somebody have closed the gates? So we do live with a walkway agreement, and during COVID, it was shut completely for just about certainly 6 months, because they couldn't get staff. Well, no, they could get staff, but they weren't running the museum. And so they didn't have security staff. Now, you might think, who's going to carry off the ruins of an abbey in their back pockets? Not many people, but it was just not safe. If anybody went climbing on the abbey ruins and there wasn't somebody down there to haul them off. So you can see that I do understand the whole business of the walkway agreement, and you can't tell people who have private, in the end, a private building, who can or cannot walk through it. It's their building, and at the end of the day, they will make the rules. And I think the Railway Museum has done a hell of a lot to make access through the building wonderful and good and very qualitative for every visitor who comes to it. And I acknowledge that hugely. It will make the museum a wonderful place to access. But if you live in the Leeman Road area, and if you live in the St. Peter's Quarter, however awful Leeman Road is, and I don't accept, I mean, I acknowledge it's not the most wonderful pedestrian or cyclist route, and I've used it a lot. But it is open 24 hours a day, and you don't have to go and look on a website to see if it's going to be open tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. You can make a confident appointment that you can nip that way and catch the train when you want to, and not have to worry that you may have to be turned around and go back. So it's an awful lot to ask our residents to give up that absolute 24-hour free access whenever they choose to go down it. And if they don't feel safe, they can choose to go a different way. But at the end of the day, like Councillor Lomas, I did not support the application on the design grounds. I didn't feel that it necessarily achieved the highest aspirations I would have had for the museum site. I think the whole business is a nightmare, and I think I will, for those reasons, I think I will have to change, and it will have to keep my opposition. But I do think it's, my head goes one way, my heart goes another, and I'm probably with both Councillor Pavlovich and Councillor Lomas on both their different varying reasons.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think a lot of us around the table here are in the same situation as Councillor Looker, in that our head and our heart probably go in different directions. I think I have to commend the NRM and their designers on the design of the building. I think actually as a project, for me, it looks really good aesthetically, it's right. And I recognise their willingness to want to have people flowing through the central rotunda, and I kind of commend that, and I acknowledge that they've had design awards for it. I am saddened that if this is going to be one of our it's one of our local kind of monuments that we hold up to the nation as something that we're really proud of in York, I'm saddened that that in its design and construction, that there doesn't appear to be a wider consultation with residents, and I would urge the National Railway Museum to listen to the residents that are going to be directly affected by this. I guess I'm also saddened, if I'm honest, by the fact that I really believe that meeting residents groups halfway in terms of the design without intrinsically changing the design, I believe you could have got to a place where you would have had a safe walkway through in the narrowest part of the building as it's designed. But the applicants have said that's not something that they're necessarily prepared to do. I also get as a substitute on the planning committee, I also get a little bit kind of narked when an applicant implies to us that we have to approve it because there's no other reason why we can't. And so that kind of gets my hackles up a little bit. I'm torn, really, to be honest. I'm torn as to whether I approve it or I don't approve it. But I do believe that the current design doesn't allow for 24-hour access, and I believe that it should do. We were advised by our legal officer at the end, by Heidi, that if this went to an appeal, and I take Councillor Ayre's points very, very seriously, that if it went to an appeal, the planning inspector would make the decision. But this is of public interest, and it's quite possible that there would be a public inquiry as part of that appeal. I don't think it would be a case of, next door neighbour wanting to build an extension and we knock it back and it goes to an appeal. I think the level of public interest in this is much higher, and I think that it may not be as easy and as simple for a planning inspector to simply just give it an approval, as has possibly been suggested. So at the moment, I am undecided, but I am erring towards not approving it.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Looking back at the reasons for deferral, it was about the equality impact assessment. I think that was the fundamental reason, and we were told at the time by our officers that equalities matters have been taken into consideration, and now we've seen it in writing. And I think the equality impact assessment is satisfactory. Having said that, I'm very sorry that 24-hour access through this building has not been possible, but it just doesn't seem that the NRM can do that within their aspirations they want. But I am moving towards approval. I voted for approval last time, and I've seen nothing that's going to change my mind on that significantly. But I think the NRM have got to understand that they've lost a lot of public support over this. They've lost a lot of goodwill from the local community, and the implementation of the equalities impact assessment and the mitigation measures within it have got to be taken on board and implemented in full. There can be no backtracking on that. My greatest concern is actually something that Councillor Crawshaw mentioned, which is for the residents of the island, the people around Salisbury Terrace and that area. For them, the detour is only another 300 metres or whatever, but it's already quite a long route, and there is a very good route potentially along the riverside. Now, I know we can't condition that because it's outside the remit of the application, but I do think that it is important that that route is upgraded to a suitable standard as soon as possible, so it's safe, because it's a lot shorter for the people who live in that area. Perhaps the millions that will come this council's way as a result of the recent devolution deal could be diverted to enable that devolution, if you really actually think that's what it is. I will be supporting the application, but I do hope the NRM take our view on our comments on mitigation measures that we are recommending must be put into place. Thank you.
Are any other members wishing to speak? Okay. I think we move to the vote. Yes. Yes, I know. So I was quite aware of that. It was quite a while ago, I think, Councillor Ayre, that you said when the time comes. I think the time has come, so perhaps you'd like to formally make a
Formally move the officer recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Do I have someone who will second that? Councillor Fisher has seconded that. So before we actually put this to the vote, again, Becky, will you just make sure we're absolutely clear what it is we're voting on?
Okay, so you're recommending approval and subject to the conditions from page 72 onwards in your agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All those in favour of that approval, please indicate. Thank you. Those who are not in favour or against, please indicate. And thank you. And the chair's vote is in favour. Thank you. But I would really underline the comments that were made by a number of members, particularly underlining comments made about really protecting that relationship with the local community. And I really hope that with the long hours we've spent together, that message has come across very clearly. But thank you. I have no urgent business. The meeting is finished.